Hello everyone, welcome to day 32, 31, definitely 32. As you may have noticed, I've changed the title. I did it because I wanted to signal. I noticed a lot of people joining, they're a little confused. They join and they think I'm doing a little speed run or something. And I'm changing it because I want to signal that this is a longer term thing, not really a short-term project. The reason is because I really like this. We've been working on this stuff for a long time, the game and other projects. So I really enjoy it. So the prior title didn't really signal that I'm just going to be doing this because I really like it, probably for a long time. I mean, is the equivalent of gaming or whatever else, is what I like to do in my free time. So, hey, Babao, welcome. That's partly why I changed the title. It's a little bit ironic too, not totally serious. But, even if you aim for, let's call it 5% of that, I'll live with the shame of not achieving that because that is an acceptable outcome. With that said, I wanted to talk about a little bit today what we're going to be working on. I'm going to be working on my workflow a little bit. There are a few things that have been bothering me recently. For example, when I restart my computer, I have to, we have like 6 cloud terminals running. They all have the context of the tasks that we're accomplishing. So in order to restart my computer, I have to reach to a good state on all 6 tasks because I'll lose the context. I really like having that. So I just kind of wanted to either investigate, maybe this already exists, this quick save command, or we'll make it. So in other words, it just saves it very quickly, the conversation context to a doc, very simple. And then I can very quickly do a command to restore it. That'd be nice. Another thing is the screenshots tool. I don't really like having to drag it in. Another minor thing. We tried using Shotter and some things like to copy to clipboard, but this has not been working. So again, minor things, but just things to reduce a little bit of the friction to make it a little more enjoyable. The workflow, clicking around and everything else. One day we'll have our brain interfaces. That would be the ultimate step for our workflow. I'm slightly joking, but as for the intermediary period between them, let's just do some improvements. The design tool that feeds, this is a longer term idea. We had this idea as we were working on this project. A lot of our effort comes down to the design. Some people asked the question, hey, you spent a long time on the landing page. Technically, you could do this faster. And it's like, yes, but I'm not very good at design. So I'm trying to figure out how to design well. That's the majority of the effort, as well as the bugs and everything else. As well as I wanted this to be interactable. So there's a lot of components there. But we reached a place that I'm like, okay, this is good enough for the moment. We'll probably come back and clean up a few things, but and add another final phase. And then I wanted each step to be a bit more interactable. That was the final goal. Like you could really hover over things, get information, maybe a few Easter eggs, have it be fun. But for now, today, I'm going to work on the workflow changes. I'm going to work on the analytics stuff because I noticed in post-hog, we're not getting the analytics I wanted. So I wonder if we hooked it up so the user has to be logged in because it's showing my analytics. So I'll double check that. And then I wanted to continue bringing in all of our quarterly data. We have 2 quarters. I ran the script last night. However, we appear to have a problem. So I'm going to investigate what has happened. We have Microsoft all 12 quarters for the last 3 years. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about in our Data Explorer. We're using an open source tool called Edgar Tools, and it's extracting out the important information that we care about for these companies. I'll show Microsoft because it has specifically the, I think I'm in the wrong folder, technology. Now you might ask, why would someone want to scroll through like this? And that is a fair question. There are two ways you would find the collections that you care about. Either you search, or maybe you're just exploring and you're looking through the folders. This is macroeconomic data. Let's say you just want to kind of just browse. We have that as an option. But chances are for company-specific stuff, they know what companies they're looking for, so they'll probably search. So as you can see, we got our quarterly data. The other points just have just 2 points for the quarterly data. So we're trying to fix that. That's something we're doing at the moment as well. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is this screenshot tool. I'm going to start with that. As you can see, some of the other workflow things we did is like, for example, these recording window things where I can move it around to the right position. So and we did one yesterday too. So that was while we were designing, you can take a screenshot and tell the AI, hey, put it here, but it doesn't have the actual coordinates, so it has trouble. So we made a little hotkey, see if it still works. Cool, so you go like this, immediately saves to clipboard, and then you can paste. There are tools that exist, but they don't save it to clipboard. So you have to go and, at least the ones that we looked at, you have to go and actually type it in. Just an extra little nice thing to have. So our idea is, over time, I have a lot of these tools. And I think the biggest tool, though, will be if we can improve our design process. Like right now, we're making these docs as we go about how to design better. If we can make some sort of service that helps other people design better, like they go to this website, right? They put in their goal, and we try to build a narrative or story or something, and that's how we help build their landing pages. And we use these documents to feed into the AI, so it's like a iterative process. Because right now, the biggest struggle that we have working on this when we're designing is we have to go really slow. Like, number one, if you're not a good designer, that's an extra barrier. But it's also the going step-by-step thing for getting it to look good. That goes with probably anything, but if we can somehow help people that don't want to do that, that would be cool. It seems like when it comes to design, there's like there's the themes, there's the story you're trying to tell, I guess, like what's your value prop, things like this. So I guess that could be a potential idea for like a future product. But I think the idea is, as we work on this, as we continue to design things, we'll have a better and better understanding of what we need to build such a thing. And we'll keep collecting our documents. Right now, if you go to AI Studio and you try to make something like a landing page, it's going to give you something generic that looks reasonably good. But especially we're talking 5 years from now, no one's going to be impressed by what everyone else has. So it's going to be more and more important that your design kind of stands out and is clearly, you put thought into it, I suppose. So that's kind of the idea for that. But enough talking. I've been talking for a while. I'd like to get started. Screenshot tool. Yes. So I think I already opened a cloud instance to start working on this. Let me look. It's over here. Yes. So in Shotter, we can set it to save the screenshots to folder automatically. Is there any pathway for when the idea is we want it to be very, very frictionless, so I can very easily create this screenshot. It's automatically copied to clipboard, and I can save it. I don't need to go to a folder. This is the general idea. So if we can't achieve this with Shotter, do you see any other things that we could use? If you're wondering why we can't do it, I will show you. So if I use Shotter, historically we use the MacBook dragging thing, but sometimes it doesn't work. So it's just been kind of a little bit finicky. So you can't actually paste it into the iTerm. Apparently, because it doesn't, you can't paste image data, only like path data to a particular file. Yes, exactly. Raycast. Can we achieve this with Hammerspoon? Hammerspoon's really cool. That's how we've done all of our prior workflow scripts. So the idea here is it's rectangle, immediately save screenshot, then it's automatically in the clipboard to the file path. And that's what we use. Hey, Elise, how's it going? Nice. So I'm pretty sure what happened last night when we ran this script to populate the last, going through all the 500 companies and all the quarters, I don't think it ran this flag, unfortunately. So it actually skipped the companies because it already had data. But the problem is we're trying to populate with more data. So the idea is that this script is going to run every month, actually every quarter rather, for this particular script. But that's why we added this backfill flag. By default, it's not going to go back in time because we don't want to query more than we need to for information. So I'm going to keep this, I'm creating a new document called scheduler scripts. From now on, we're going to save we have these all these different scripts that run after a certain amount of time for collection. We're going to keep it all here. So that way we'll pass it to the AI. It knows what flags we need to achieve our goals so we don't run into this mistake in the future. So as you guys can see, Hammerspoon, every time we've wanted to do something, very good. So if you have anything like, you're just like, man, I would just wish like, I don't really like it. For example, we fixed the force alt tab thing. So in Mac, if you're using Mac OS and your windows are hidden, and you do alt tab to switch that window, sometimes it doesn't work. So we built a little Hammerspoon to make it force unhide, stuff like these. Like if you just get annoyed, you can create these little scripts, and it usually goes pretty quickly. So it's almost faster to do this than to go find the thing that solves it, install it. It's almost sometimes faster just to make these little Lua scripts. Let's see if it works though. Cool. Don't use Command-Shift-4. Actually, Command-Shift-4 is fine because it's actually Command-Option-4 we hooked up for the recording Windows stuff. Cool. Did you already attach it to Hammerspoon? There are a few bugs we will do as well today. That is probably the last thing we will do. Oh yeah, this was the, oh right, it's actually succeeded. So I'm gonna clear this. We're not gonna work on the landing page much today, I would say. Maybe a little bit, but. Yeah. We did that over here. I noticed, so currently we ran a populate script for the sectors. I noticed a few missing. Here was one. Go ahead and do a little audit. Are any other companies missing their sector field? So the script that you ran, did it match the script that's here? Hey guys. Yes, we're upgrading. The idea is this is a longer term project. As far as like this is because people would join and I think they would think this is a speed run, but it's not a speed run. So we got our Hammerspoon script. Let's try it out. Oh, it actually it hooks to the same hotkey as a macOS screenshot. So you hook to the same hotkey as the macOS screenshot. So just change it to another thing. We'll do Command Shift. We'll do Command Shift S. That way I can do it with one hand. Actually, you can do both. A little tough. Command Shift S. Oh, you guys can't see it. So, oh, we have this in this cloud, so I'm not going to start it here. So we added our new charts yesterday, new styling of charts. D4, let me check where it is. Okay, great, I made the implementation. Give me the page. What we want to start is something, we're going to hook it up just to today's brief. Can you list the phases real quick of that doc? Don't start it yet though. Okay, Command Shift S, let's try it out. So I'm gonna make it so it automatically knows where to save it. Can you, so right now it comes up with a window on where to save it. I want you to automatically just save it to the user's desktop. Actually, save it to the user's documents. Under folder, screenshots. Oh, Apple was the only one missing. Okay, we're going to check. Missing the data for the sector. So let's take a look. So I don't see it still. Oh, here it is. Oh, fantastic. We got the quarterly data. So now we're gonna, so yesterday night, that was the problem. We ran this, we did not put the right flag backfill. So we will start it now. It will probably take a few hours to get all of the companies. But so here's the idea after we do that, we're gonna add a bunch of other documents under each company. So earnings transcripts, we'll do some DCFs and things like this. And that'll be kind of cool. People can explore that. All right, so now we have verified. I'm gonna do it over here. I'll do it here. We verified that this script is working with the backfill flag. I want you to go ahead. Actually, I'm gonna do it in the same terminal that we ran the last script on. I want you to go ahead and run it for the rest of the companies. Okay, let me just see if the Hammerspoon script is working. What's the page again for the new charts? Send a screenshot here. Pretty soon we won't have to do that. So this is what it comes up with when we do Command-Shift-S. Might be some macOS thing. Go ahead and take a look. So it's D3 charts demo. Oh, D3 mapper test. Let me look. Okay, cool. I think what we're gonna do to test these out, I did kind of want them to be a little interactive though, like you can hover over each one. So maybe let's go ahead and add, like we'll have the charts totally implemented before we hook it up. So that would replace our current charts here. We need, oh right, we need the light mode and dark mode charts. Cool, so the D3 mapper test looks good, but I want you to make a new one, D3 mapper test light, and that's going to be our light mode version. I'm thinking about, should we use the existing colors we have here, or should we change? I think these colors are fine, but I'm not too opinionated on it. We're going to use our current light mode chart colors, but it should be the same style. Hey, degradation and cloud usage limits. I am definitely not the API because it would hurt. I'm using the subscription. Let me take a look at my usage. I'm using so much it can't load. There we go. Current week, 50% used. So I'm 3 days in. Wow. Yeah. So at the current rates, we will hit it potentially. I did go a little crazy one day, I remember. But yeah, we might be close this time. So let's see, what did it change here? Command-Shift-S. Interesting. Oh, I guess that's probably what it is. Okay, still the same thing. Let's change to another one. Let's do Command Shift E. Oh, there I am. Okay, that one's taken too. Okay. Okay, not Command Shift E. That one's taken. Let's do Command Shift N. Let me make sure. Ah. All right. Command Option. This might be safe. There we go. We got one. Might be placebo. That's right. KL. That's true. Yeah. Okay, Command Option S. Let's give it a shot. So I don't notice, I don't know if we actually specified to make it a rectangle. Okay, so it looks like nothing. Go ahead and check the Hammerspoon logs. So this is what we did last time, sort of just let it figure out. Cool. Okay, D3 mapper test lights. Let's take a look here. Actually not bad. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and try to make these interactive though. So when you hover over, it's going to show the actual data. Data commit. That's fine. We should add that to the git ignore. I've been thinking about adding a retirement calculator. It's going to use Monte Carlo stuff, though. I guess the selling point of this, the only problem is, though, from a user's perspective, there's probably not a lot of people. How can we brand it in a way that's like, we kind of want to make it like a comprehensive one, right? They can run different scenarios, they can experiment, as opposed to just like the, you just do like a percent rule, which is very common. The idea is we're going to build more tools here at some point. Right now we have the Data Explorer, but I think it could be nice to add the retirement calculator stuff. It's like I don't know if I want to call it a calculator. It's like a simulator, retirement simulator. consider our target user here. All right, and very important, fix the analytics. There's some people that have visited the sites. I cannot see anything. So that's probably an easy fix too. It's just probably the login. We attached it to the login. And consider our personas. Cloud. Just noticed my name was a bunch of characters next to KL. No worries. Your name is much easier than many. Okay, so we're gonna fix the analytics with PostHog. I think it's only saving if the user's logged in. We're not seeing the analytics in production. But double check me here. The PostHog's working locally when I'm logged in, but let's go ahead and sign out and then see if it shows up there. So I suppose I will, it usually takes a few minutes, so I'll just zoom around or something. And app, and I'll go to this D3 page. Oh, right, once you log in, we should also, that's fine. Okay, now I'm going to go check PostHog, see if it's there, but it might take a little bit. Yeah, I don't see it yet. Can you go ahead and add the sign in button back for local development purposes? So just test it, we're on local. I'll put this in another one. So it's just checking the logs here. Our retirement lab is interesting. So it's kind of cool. It considered our users and is thinking retirement lab. I think it's probably right. That's it sounds kind of fun. It sounds like something to experiment with. Simulator, yeah, it's a little more, yeah, I guess like a little more technical, I would say. That's true. Users don't care about the Monte Carlo thing. They care about that's interesting. Let me think about that for a moment. Sprout data doesn't work. Data at your website doesn't display at all. Oh, you're talking about the analytics, right? The PostHog, like that we can track the user, and it's about like the telemetry stuff, like seeing what the user is doing. That part's not working. If that makes sense. I'm not sure if that's your question, but if that's what your question is. Right. One moment. Gotta sign in once again. Cool. Did you configure an opt-in flow? Oh yes, so that was for Europe. If you're in Europe, there's a cookie. But I think you're right. Before we make these changes and push, let's go ahead and add it to the terms of service for the rest of the users about the analytics. We haven't added that to that page. So the telemetry tracks events and things like this, how the user's interacting with the page. So yeah, I think it's a nice thing to have for sure. But Europe, they have to click the cookie accept thing. For our telemetry, we're using PostHog. Let's go ahead and add it to our privacy policy terms of service page. Before you make those changes, show me what you're going to change. And we'll figure out if we need to add anything else as far as that goes. But wait, this already finished? Oh no. Okay, so you think estimated time 3 hours? How do we stop? How are we avoiding the rate limit? I'm just curious about that. Are we just? Did you know roughly what the rate limit is for the SEC filings? Wait, why does it take 3 hours? Now that I think about it. Oh yeah, that's why. Because we do have to actually grab it from the SEC filings again. Oh yeah, I think when we were Kale, because we verified that it's working. I think what happened was when we added the European stuff, we accidentally tied it to the login. That's my guess as to what happened, but it's currently figuring it out. So let's see. Yeah. Okay, so there's just some bugs in this GDPR situation. I gotcha. So let me go test. I'll reload here. Cool. So we're talking about this project here. Let me try the Hammerspoon test again. Oh, nice. Okay, let me go do that. Yeah, my best assumption is that you're not being displayed. Can't accept telemetry. Yeah. That was my thought too. Something related to this. Okay, let's boot up Hammerspoon again. Yes. Fantastic. Very nice. It's simple, but honestly, for me, this is actually really nice. That's much faster than this. Come over here, I'm gonna drag it. That's not that much faster, but it's probably, considering how often we're doing that every day, this also just makes me feel good. So boom, boom. Hammerspoon's awesome. Okay, let's do the next one. Yes, we're upgrading the goal. There is something to be said about sometimes if you shoot higher than you want, it might work out better. Or higher than you expect, I guess. Something to be said about that, I guess. But mostly it was about the thing where people would join and they think it's a speed run. And it's not a speed run. So that's mainly why I changed it. So people, yeah. Okay, so, oh, that was the wrong one. Nice. Okay, let's do the quick save commands. I'm actually not sure how we would implement that because I don't know. So I'm going to ask some questions on how exactly we want it to look. Let's see, I'll put it here. The next thing we want to do is this. The issue is sometimes I restart. I have a lot of cloud context open, usually that I want to keep when I'm restoring my computer, or something happens, I accidentally close the window. I mean, there's a lot of times that I lose my context, and it's a frustrating situation. So we want to make a little commands that I'll save. It's going to save it somewhere, the prior context of the whole conversation, and I'll be able to do /restore, and I do /restore with the, I suppose when I do /restore with no arguments, it's going to show me the list of all the context with the first like paragraph or whatever of the context, right? So the idea is it goes into the file, grabs the first paragraph or so, lists it for each one saved, up to 10. And actually don't do up to 10, do that I can like scroll and go through everything if you can. And then I can pass /restore and then the file name, and it will bring in the context. It just needs to bring in the file to the Cloud Code terminal. Okay, So now let's talk about how are we going to implement this? Is this viable? Is there even a way to add custom commands? A lot of questions. I think there is, but something like skills or something. I haven't read much about it. Serena MCP. Oh, nice, nice. Fast pulls. Cool, cool, cool. I think the only reason I won't do the MCP thing is that I just want it to be really, really fast. And I don't need to run, I don't need it to go through this layer to, I guess, okay, why am I, if we implement it, I just want it to be this one thing. I don't want any other things. Like I don't want to grab memories, I guess, unless like I really specify. Granted, it might be perfect. It might make my workflow a lot better. So, Serena, I'm not saying it's not good, but for now, I think I'm just gonna add, well, depending on how challenging this is to do. Nice, custom commands, fantastic. We might explore this a little more as well, because we haven't explored this at all yet, actually. Runs in, oh, nice. Fantastic. Okay, cool, cool. So how do you trigger it? Is it also commands like the same way? Yeah, for sure, for sure. We'll investigate. One thing, okay, so another reason I like building it ourselves is because then we can really make it custom, we can expand it over time, we got full control for everything. That's kind of nice. Like, you know, we built like Discord bots, and like it's cool that there are others that exist that do it, but then by the time you set up the whole other Discord bot, you could have actually built it. And you have full customization, because we built all the Discord bots we need for moderation, for there's like tons of commands. You can make your own music. I did that in like one night. So it's like, okay, I could have found all the Discord bots and I could have like integrated them, and then, but then they have all these like payment walls and everything else. Or I could just implement it, and then I don't need it. I know exactly what it's doing, and I don't really need to do anything else. It's kind of nice. Nice scale, nice scale. Hey, codename Zulu, welcome back. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, definitely share. I like that you share some things that we could potentially use, and you can also get ideas from other projects too. Like, for example, with Archon MCP, now we know we could potentially maybe do something like that in the future. If our doc lists get insane, we get 10,000 docs. That's like, okay, we maybe should add some sort of better way to search these. I'll use 3, Serena, context 7, but KL, were you oh, were you the I think I talked to someone on Discord this morning, because they also said context 7. The save won't be a raw transcript. But where does it save it? Yeah, one question though, where are you actually saving the file? Is it actually a file you're saving, or is there some sort of native cloud feature where we can actually put memories in or something, and they'll save it somewhere? Okay, gotcha. Okay, interesting. Let me take a look at context 7 then. Okay, gotcha. That's good. This actually solves a pretty big problem of not of using out to date documents. That happens documentation. I mean, that happens pretty frequently. So I'm going to save it. And downloading old versions. Let me check posthog again to see if it's saving stuff. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, it's saving my local usage now. Is this very common? So for companies that use posthog in the US, for example, are they just putting it in their terms of service, privacy policy, or do they have more of an opt-in approach? What's the yeah? I'm just curious. In general, what else can we do to make it clear to the user that we're tracking analytics? What is the best practice? What happens if you do get rate limited by the SEC? What do they? How long do they block you for? Just kind of curious. Oh, do we already have this? Resume. So what we want though is like, okay, I have 6 cloud terminals running, right? They all have their own context. Can I use this /rename to save every single one? And then I can do cloud resume a particular ID. If I can do that, or is a cloud resume only the most recent? Commonly, telemetry is in the privacy, as only stats are tracked, not sold. Gotcha. Thanks, Wolfie. We use a OneTrust enterprise solution. This scans all opt-in box. Gotcha. On the privacy base. Nice. So I'm gonna read a little bit about. Hey, thanks, Tom. I'm gonna read a little bit about OneTrust. I haven't heard about this. Gotcha. Apply with global. I mean, definitely the lowest risk, you just have an opt-in, and you just make it clear what they're opting in for, I suppose. So there's no federal law requiring opt-in consent for analytics. Most companies simply disclose it in their privacy policy. That's legally sufficient. Gotcha. California requires disclosure and opt-in, opt-out mechanism. We could add an opt-out for sure. So we already have this opt-in for the EU there, for this part, I suppose. Oh, what's this? Oh, right. We already made this. So I guess Postdog already had a thing we could have added. That's right. Consider cookieless mode. Oh, we actually don't need user identification. Oh, yeah, that's... So we don't really care about the user identification part of it. Does that mean we don't need to show... Well, we probably still need to show the cookie thing. That's fine. Okay, so I think we're going to go ahead and make the changes to the terms of service page. So go ahead and do that. I'm going to read it one more time, but I think it makes rough sense. Yep, sounds okay, I would say. Technically, it's not anonymous because it has the email associated with the user. The only issue with this is that Postdog puts the email associated with the user. So you would agree, right, that probably just make it collects usage data, right? Tied to the user, to email, something like this. Actually, before we do this, does Postdog have any general, like we could use their privacy. We could just say the same thing that we said for Google Cloud, which is that Postdog has its own privacy policy, etc. Right? Can't we do the same thing? Oh, thanks, Tom. Yeah, let's take a look at that, because I am not a lawyer. How you been? Oh yeah, this looks good. This I like the get started for free part of it. Cool. I will look. I think this is roughly okay as far as it's saying what we're using. I think I would just end the period there, but yeah. Let's just do this. Then I will also look at this site. And filling out this thing. Hey Babao, what do you think of what do you think about the design thing? I feel like this is a big problem for most people that are working on like using AI to make stuff. feel like design tools. It's hard to make good designs. I'm going to sign in real quick. It's easy to make good enough designs. Maybe like, this is okay. Just one idea. Let's see what other ideas are there. Yeah, like some sort of way, like to come up with some way to improve our productivity as we've been working on this stuff. Like maybe you just feed in a bunch of design docs to the AI when it needs it for a particular concept, or you just take in a particular set of goals and story that the user's trying to tell, or maybe their value prop, things like this, and try to come up with designs for them. Oh, fantastic. Cloud already has this feature. That's dope. Cloud Code. Let me try it. So I'm going to try it on, I'll do this one, this retirement lab one. So rename retirement lab. I should really go through all the, I didn't realize it has things like this. It might have other things that I don't know. So if let's say I make a new one. So I can save this session and then I can do maybe I can do it right from oh, I have to actually do it. Nice. Oh, that's dope. So /rename, name the session, cloud resume. So if you accidentally close your thing, you got, and so that's actually been really useful because there are times that we make some good progress on stuff. And I wanted to like ask some other questions like tangentially related, but then I can maybe restore it to that section where we have that particular context. Actually, that's a question. When I do the /rename, is it saving the context before I've done that command, or will it continue to save the context afterwards when I resume? That's awesome. Yeah, I really like Cloud Code. And we should investigate maybe a little more both what we can do, but also what they offer as far as some of these commands, because some of them I feel like, unless you were looking, you might not notice. Let me look at the help real quick. Just make it big so I can see everything. But, you know, when you go through the commands, right, and you go, it doesn't say the resume thing. That's like a flag that you're passing in. So, like, you could go through here and not realize, maybe it's in custom commands. Oh, no, that's probably share free week. Interesting. I'm going to ask it, what other things like this? Where do we find this information? No, I mean, when I do the flag to resume, is it going to pick up where I sent the rename command, or is it going to pick up even after, let's say I keep querying, is it going to pick up the context after that. Because like I would like to have the ability to do like a checkpoint. In other words, I'm saving the context at that particular moment, and then I can resume from that particular moment. Oh, cool. I'll take a look at your project, Bill. These are cool. Very. Is this a Mid-Journey? Let me see. That'd be cool if you could save the images too. I like it. That's nice. Nice. And the system prompts, that's cool. Okay, so /rename is not a checkpoint. When you resume, you get the latest state of that session. Gotcha. It's almost what we want. Almost. But it has to be the checkpoint thing, the checkpoint context, because there are many. That's actually the biggest thing that happens, is like I want to have a branch off from this context. I want to do multiple tasks. But I want to save the context of that particular moment. I don't want to pollute it with others, this other tangential task. All right, so do you understand my requirements? I'm going to make a custom command. It's going to be /context checkpoint, but we're just going to name it /cc for short. And before you continue, do you understand kind of how this works? It's going to be /cc, and then in any other cloud, any other place, when I do /resume with the name of that checkpoint. So it's /cc, then the name of the checkpoint, and then /resume with the name of the checkpoint. And it will bring in the context at that particular moment of the conversation. Simply to earn the money for Starbucks. Nice. It's pretty cool. I like it. Yes, conversation branching, yes. Get for conversations. I don't know what that sounds complicated. I was just thinking a custom / command, but what do you think makes sense? I think the custom / command is easy to use. But as far as the implementation goes, what do you think? I mean, I was kind of originally thinking it would just be saved as a file. That way we could always grab it later also for documents and other things. Like if we're, let's say we don't want to open a Cloud Code instance with that, we could just pass in a document saying, hey, here was the prior context I was looking at. Oh, this is actually going to be really useful, I think. Nice. At some point in the past. There is one question, though. Is it going to be able... sometimes Cloud Code automatically compacts the conversation. If we try to implement this, we're probably not going to be able to uncompact it, right? Is there any way we can disable this compacting thing? Only costs $9. Get there, man. It's a cool idea though. Have a ton of prompts, make cool images, wallpapers. I like the images there though. I think. Did you spend some time to like? Because I know some people, they kind of just make a bunch of stuff for fun. It's kind of like a hobby a little bit. I mean, a mid-journey. So if someone runs /cc after auto compact already triggered, yeah. I see. So currently Claude Code, right? I don't really see, like, here's another thing. Okay, we're gonna add this to our list of things. Today is focused on a little bit of workflow, so I hope you guys don't mind, because it's gonna save us time. Wait, why did I cross this out? We're not done with this. Hey Wesley, good morning. So it might be that I'm not looking in the right place, but I usually don't see any indicator of what % we are in the context window, max length. That would be really nice to know, because then I know, hey, I'm about to hit the auto compacts. Sometimes the auto compacts is not super great, I feel like. So this is what we're trying to solve next, is like, I want to be able to check points at certain points before the auto compact. Also, the auto compact can take like 5 minutes. So we're trying to avoid that situation. What are our options? I'll just ask, what % are we at here? Okay, so if you hit the rate limit, it blocks you for 10 minutes. It's not too bad. And look at this other website, it's the one Tom sent earlier. Oh, this is really cool. I like this website. It says exactly what you need to add based on your current privacy policy and what you have. I see right now. Cool. I have way too many of these open. Add this pinned message here. So that's status line. Status line. Huh. Cool. Yeah, I think that works. Dope. Yeah, let's add all those except the cost tracker. Unless do you think the cost tracker would be, I mean, we're using the subscription, so it's, I mean, unless it would actually show us the cost if we weren't using the subscription, that might be kind of interesting. Is that possible? Okay, I added some interactive elements to this. Let me take a look. Yeah, not bad. Is this right though? Okay, one problem. So the interactive part only works if you're hovering over the lines, because a lot of these are hollow. Like this is specifically for the histogram and bar chart. It should be a little more generous than that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, that's cool. Wait, that's actually really cool. Okay, we're going to build this little thing. We're going to be able to see how much money we saved by using the subscription with the /status line. I have a feeling it's probably pretty substantial. Very interesting. Let's go ahead and do this. Actually, do you have any other cool ideas for the status line command? Okay, looky. This might be actually kind of fun. Let's see what else we can customize with Claude Code. Pomodoro mode. Built-in timer for time boxing sessions. Days in a row using Claude Code. Not bad, not bad. This is what I was doing with the Discord bot the other night, just like coming up with weird ideas. Having to come up with weird ideas. Session time. These are cool ideas. Also, is there any way we can modify the rendering of text on the, like for example, right, when it's actually coding? I think it would be really cool if we could show a few things, which is like the percent we are to the context, max context length, or can we only really hook up stuff to this command and other commands? But anyway, we can change the rendering of the main thing. Once we get this right, these charts, then we'll start to integrate them to today. Might be a little tricky. So that doesn't look right, these numbers. Okay, see, it's the same thing with here, like the little space in between. Should be kind of generous, should be the whole box. Yeah. So it's the same sort of deal, right? Like, let me show you what I mean. Now we got our little screenshot tool. Fantastic. That's a little bit faster. Okay, so right now, if you put your mouse in the circle, right, for example, the hollow circle, it's not going to show. All of these should be very generous, right? So for example, on the line, if you put your mouse on it at any place, it should be on the vertical axis of like, it's going to select whatever vertical axis you're on, you know, despite the fact you're not on the line. It's the same thing for every other chart. So you're going to have to, before you continue, go through every chart and think about what that would mean as far as making it very generous hover. Okay, the main UI is not customizable. That makes sense. I can add status lines on the bottom bar. Interesting. We can do notifications too. All right, cool. Let's do the status line to start. And go ahead and start implementing this custom command implementation too. I think you could probably do both. I wouldn't be surprised. Make a new project for the cloud tools. I like kind of mess with lurking, just grinding away on my project. Yeah, that's kind of. I feel like this is a cool thing. Like you have a bunch of people working, and then people are in the chat just like talking about what they're doing and the tools they're using. Maybe they made some cool cloud code customizations, things like this. And I feel like this is a good vibe. I'm gonna bring in my songs. To the Discord bot. So I made a little scripts. Usually a good idea to read a little bit what it's doing here. Where did it put it? Cloud tools. We'll take a look. Yep, just doing some math about. Okay, cool. Looks good. Let's do it. Oh, you guys can't see it. It's close. Just a little bit glitchy. For some reason, it's just a little bit. Oh. For some reason, it's just a little bit glitchy when you're moving the mouse. Kind of blinks. You have any idea? List the next ones. I think the UN we have to send an email or something, right? Nice, fixed it. Roughly, it's close. Probably needs a little bit of highlighting, something. You like lo-fi girl in X Games mode? Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely. I'll check it out. Let me try one thing. There we go. I think for the landing page, after like a period of inactivity, so I'd call it probably 3 seconds, add back the scroll thing at the bottom. It'll blink a little bit. Just a way to keep the user informed about how this works. Okay, custom commands don't have direct access to raw conversation history. Yes, yes. That makes a little bit of sense, I would say. Wait, does that mean this is going to be kind of slow? Like if I do /cc, is it going to trigger Cloud to write a script to save it? Or is it going to be triggers Cloud to call a script that we've saved to save it? Something like this. Check it out. Pretty sure it's free to D3JS. Oh, you're talking about Lo-Fi Girl. I think you're talking about the music, right? Oh yeah, I like it. It's definitely a bit better than our current charts. I think that's one thing. We kind of just, it's fine. You know, at the beginning of a project, you're just prototyping. We just chose a chart library. We didn't really do much thinking. But we weren't really thinking about how it's going to look at the beginning. We were just trying to get stuff to work. Oh, it didn't implement the hover here, only here. Okay, it should have like a little dot, right, as you're going over. And a little highlighting or something. Okay, well, let's see. What are we doing? Oh, slash commands are prompts. I see. Oh, it actually found where the session data is stored. So that way we can, that's what we're going to use. That's great. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so we... No, actually, I don't have it. I'm asking you to do it. We just have it at the beginning. Take a look. It's on the root path. Yeah. So we already tried to get the UN. Go ahead and give it another shot, I suppose. Try again to get the UN information, UN data. The only thing we need now is some sort of, like every chart's going to be a little different, right? Like some of them, for example, the line, the feedback is that there's going to be a little bit of a dot on the place that you are vertically on the vertical axis. And so go through each chart what kind of feedback we would offer based on the hover. It's usually not just the values. There's usually a little bit of highlighting, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So go ahead and think about it. Don't do it yet. Hey, so dude, how's it going, Kai? Missed your message. Using D3 already, I think. No, for this one, we're using matplotlib to generate the images. On the back end, and then we do have an interactive chart version, but I deleted those because it didn't look good either. But the D3 one's going to look decent. This is kind of we use this in our little landing page thing when we were trying to figure out how to design it, and now we're just going to bring these types of charts to the rest of the stuff. Cool, so I don't see it. Did you make sure to put it in... what is playing? Yeah. Put it in the root page. Looks like /landing. I think that's where we changed it to, so... Wow, it already implemented this. Let me try it out. Interesting. So restart cloud, okay. Oh, let me try not restarting, just out of curiosity. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely tricky. Oh, thanks, good boy. Wait, are you being sarcastic? The reason I say this is because a lot of people tell me I don't. At least historically. Maybe it improved. That is good. Maybe it's the chair. All right. Right. Yeah. Oh, check it out. Oh, that's so cool. So this is going to show us how much money we've saved with the subscription at the time of our session. But let's test it out first. Okay, so I'm going to send some stuff. I'm going to try the command first. So this is our checkpoint commands that we've made. I'm going to say some stuff first, though, before we test it. Can you fix on the landing page on the last step for the key? The color isn't quite right. I'll show you. So do you see on the, oh, we can use a combination of the two now. Whoa, okay, I have an idea. So you know how we did this image? So we did both the, just minimized it. Press the wrong hotkey. One moment. I'm gonna put this in my dock so I can come back. Okay. We made two hotkeys. One is for the coordinate clipboard thing. One is for this path, image path to clipboard. What if we combine the two, right? So when you paste into cloud, it'll send both the image and the coordinates, so that way you get the best of both. The model can see, here's the visual problem, here's where it is. Let's do it. But first, let's fix this issue. So I'm going to send another image of the portfolio, and then I'm going to put in the coordinates, and we're going to test that. So, okay. And then I kind of forgot, what did we say is the hotkey for the other thing? Let me look. I think it was Command-Shift-M or something. That was the minimize, though. Hold on. Can you go ahead and look in our projects? We made a project for a script for saving the coordinates to clipboard. What was the hotkey again? We should also make a little thing that's going to save all our hotkeys, because I'm definitely going to forget again. Genuinely, front end is difficult as fuck. It's true. People spend a lot of money on front end developers. It can always be better. All right. Yeah. Thanks, KL. I got a few haters. They were like, bro, you just spent 2 days. Like, I'm not a designer. Sorry. I never learned these skills. We'll get there. It is challenging, though. window recorder. No, it's not this one actually. No, it's the one where we can get a little screenshot and we get the coordinates. I think we put it in this folder. If not, we definitely should, because we're going to open source all of this stuff. But it should be in our config as well. Yeah, here it is. Oh, it's Command Alt S. No, that's the clipboard one. The screenshot to clipboard. Ah, here it is. Yeah, there it is. It's actually, it is a hotkey, but I'm gonna send the actual script here. Here's the actual script. What's the hotkey here? So it's this portfolio section. Command Shift M. So we did, okay, got it. Command Option S, Command Shift M. Is there a hotkey in Hammerspoon to show all the hotkeys we've currently made? See you, Ved. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of like looking at it and just being like, what the hell is wrong with it? Like, it's not that the time, like if we knew exactly how to implement exactly our vision of like what it would look like, then it's like, okay, it would actually go pretty quick. But it's like, the thing that takes a long time is like for me to look at it and be like, it's wrong, but what is wrong with it? It's like, that's what took a really long time. Like, for example, this I can still tell is wrong in terms of like how it looks. The implementation part we can do, but like I can't quite figure out what's wrong about it. The first part, the next parts are okay. I think like we got the gist. I was hoping that after the first day, when I went to sleep and woke up, I would immediately see what was wrong with this, but it just didn't happen. So I think we might leave it for the moment and come back to it another time. For that design, but I'm like reasonably happy with it, I would say. Definitely better than I could do. So Hammerspoon doesn't have built-in. Okay, that's fine. Fantastic. Let's add it. It's going to be Command Alt R. Okay. Let's do Command Option, because that's kind of what we're doing for everything else. Yeah, exactly. We'll do Command Option. We'll do B. I'll make sure that this is not taken. Ideally H, though. That makes the most sense. Oh no, it's taken. Definitely, dude. Command Option K. Perfect. So this is what's going to be. Okay, let me send this. So we're going to use our new little hotkey thing. So Command Option, Command Shift M. got the coordinates. These are the coordinates for the portfolio section. I'm going to check something though. I'm not sure coordinates makes the most sense. Yeah, coordinates doesn't, it should be like percents. So let's change that script. I'm realizing that we did coordinates for our little rectangle tool thing. I think instead it makes sense to be percents. Don't you agree? That's going to help the LLM find it better than, because usually when you're designing these, you're doing it based on percents, like 99% of the time. Actually, I don't know if that's true. I think there's some other ways you can do it, but it's some percent of the time. Right? Let's maybe talk a little bit to learn a little bit. But I remember there's like a little measurement you can use. It's like EM or something. I can't remember in CSS, but I'm not sure if that's still used. It's been a long time. First of all, am I correct about the general approach here? Percentages are relative to the viewport, not the parent container. If you're describing the element inside a centered, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a good point. Yeah. Is there any way we can make this even better? So not only giving the percent of where it is on the page, but when we do this, oh yeah, we definitely could, right? Because we're injecting JavaScript into the browser, right? So we actually can read the DOM, in which case we can give the percentages of, I think not only can we give the percentages of like where it is on the page, but we can say what container it's in and where it is in the container and the text and things like this. So maybe we could, it's kind of like you could rethink of this tool. It's storing the metadata of everything that you put in the rectangle. So that way the LM can immediately find it and know what we're changing. And it's also going to like, yeah. What do you think of this idea? I use Opus 4.5. Never seen that. Oh, Kale, what are you talking about? This thing here? I think this is dope. Every time I see it, I'm going to be like, that's super cool. Wait, I noticed the money's... Oh, we haven't set anything yet. So it's saving the session time, but... it's going to be cool, yeah. Oh, another component of this too. Oh, this is great, because think about it, right? Let's say tomorrow Anthropic makes our limits way lower. We're going to be able to see this reflected in the money saved, right? Because what this is doing is it's comparing us to API pricing. It's looking at the tokens we're using, sending and receiving. And if suddenly we're no longer saving money with our subscription, like if it's not incrementing, does that make sense? Yeah, that totally makes sense, right? Because you're basically measuring, am I using the subscription usage? Because we know the pricing of the API is totally public, so it totally makes sense. So we'll kind of build a history, and we'll see. Maybe now it's going to be really good value, but maybe in a few months it's not going to be good value. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, Hammerspoon is really awesome. I highly recommend it. We've built quite a few things now for the window positioning stuff. And for the force, basically fixing anything that's annoying you in your workflow. The stats, yeah, it's exciting. I didn't realize Cloud Code was this customizable. Yeah. So we're renaming our coordinate picker to its a UI extractor. What it does is it Hammerspoon injects the JavaScripts into the browser and finds a bunch of information on the things you're selecting to send to the LLM. So you do, this is the workflow. Command Shift M. Here, you have to enable it, and then it's going to grab a bunch of stuff. It's going to grab the coordinates, going to grab the percentages, going to grab the DOM in this area, and then you can paste it immediately in Cloud Code. So that's what we're going to do for anyone joining. Yeah, exactly. And you can kind of keep track. It's gonna work across all the cloud instances too, so it's gonna be dope. Do we have the percents? Yeah, and so this right here, this percent, you know, the compacting conversation thing, once it hits 95%, it's gonna compact. So what you can do is when you hit 90%, save the context with the checkpoint, but clear it, and so that way you don't have to wait for the compacting. And sometimes compacting comes at a really inopportune time. So that'll be another cool little thing for us. And I'll open source this if you guys want it, but you could also just create it too. It doesn't take too long. Just tell Cloud Code. CSS selector. That's cool. Nice. Fantastic. Yeah, that sounds really cool. Let's do it. Before I begin though, I'm going to commit these things because they work currently. There's no version control in these little scripts. So I don't want to break them because they're cool. So I'm gonna create a little repo for them. Yeah, dude, if you come up with any good ideas as far as like the Hammerspoon thing, let me know because I'd love to. I mean, sometimes you just don't, like, it's something that's really easy and you just don't think about. It's maybe a minor frustration every day. And when you fix it, every time you do it from then on, you're going to feel good. Like every time I use the Hammerspoon script to do something, it's like, that's dope. I've never had that in my life that I can. So I think it's worth the investment of time because it doesn't take that long. And yeah. Open code works out your compact percents, but not money spent. Gotcha. Yeah. So I'll make this a little repo. We'll put it in the description if you guys want these scripts when we're done. Go. So now I'll go create them. We named it Cloud Tools. Cool. So here we got our status. Oh, this is the status line and the commands for the checkpoint. So those are the two things here. Get init. Yeah, I hear about open code too. I should probably try it one of these days. Cool. And then I'll also make a little repo for the Hammerspoon scripts we've created thus far. We have 2 of them. There was another one we made, which is the this DOM one that we'll add this one to. It's page measure. We'll rename it, I suppose, but we'll name it UI extractor for LLM. I meant to do that one. Okay, yeah, okay. Didn't create it yet. Cool, I'll create a little repo. So they're available. I will put them in the description. But now that we have it, let's go ahead and run this chat because it is current version is saved. Cool. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I'll put it in the description now. What current open source model is the best on there? Minimax. Oh, you're talking about open code. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. So if you guys ever make a repo and you're like, I want a quick little video, and you don't want to have to like, you can just tell Cloud to you just use something like this, record real quick, and then Cloud will convert it to a GIF and put it in and stuff using FFmpeg. So it saves a little time, so you don't have to go do that. That's a small thing, but they add up, I would say. Okay, so I added the 2 things in the description. So what we added was this thing, which keeps track of the money you've saved, the subscription. I'm going to wait to send this message because I want to use the DOM extractor for it. Oh yeah, there was another one. The image tool, copy to clipboard image tool. So let me open source that one as well. I mean, make a repo. I'll keep them separate, but maybe we'll put it in one repo so I don't have to keep making repos, because it's kind of... I'll just call it like tools, workflow tools or something. I'll just put in folder Hammerspoon and Actually, I'm just going to do that. We're going to put all these into one repo after. It's going to be called workflow tools. Okay. Cool. Let's try it. So Command Shift M. Oh. Cool. I'm glad I made that repo. So that way we can check what happened. Oh, I see. It made the change in the page measure one instead of the DOM one. Oh, this was the image one. Okay. Can you undo this last change? That was the other tool we're about to push. So I pushed the wrong one instead of the one I wanted to. It is what it is. Okay, let me check. Okay, nice. It's back. Fantastic. Changes to percents as well, so that's good. But let me go ahead and rename these. Actually, gonna open. Not FaceTime, bro. Okay, those are our Hammerspoon scripts. We'll move the cloud tools in there as well. And there were some others. Right, those are separate repos. We can just clone it and put it in here, just so we have everything there so people don't have to go look around if they're interested in these things. I'll just use another one. Oh, it's right here. Cool. tools, git init. Cool. They're here now, and I'm going to rename 2 of them. So the DOM for LLM extractor, that is just the image to clipboard for LLM. For cloud. And the other one, page measure, is now the DOM for LLM extractor. Nice, good. So for this repo, remove that. They're not submodule repo things. Like just remove the Git initializations from these projects. Nice. Okay, cool. So the change you were going to make, it broke it last time. So what we're going to do is look at the Hammerspoon logs and try to find what specifically was the issue. Under might have to run a git command here. One that I certainly don't know. Yeah, git linked. Yeah. Yes. Hey, SG. How's it going? Work on some workflow tools. So we're adding some things. That's going to make our lives easier. So I'm putting it in the repo, in the description, so you can check it out. That's what we worked on initially. It's actually really cool. So like we can see the money we've saved with the API thus far, session count, the percents we are to the context before it starts to condense the information. We also added a checkpoint, commands to custom commands. So when you do /cc, you'll save the context and then you can restore it. Granted, we haven't tested that one yet, but that's what we're going to do. Restore it, like let's say you accidentally close the cloud instance or your computer restarts. You restore it at any point. You just name it, /cc name. So argument there, restore. And we added a DOM for LLM extractor. That's going to help us for our design. And we're using Hammerspoon for this. Highly recommend it. You can do a lot of really fun stuff. And Claude Code is customizable, so you can do some cool stuff like this. So you can make your own custom commands. If you guys, I recommend experimenting with this because we have not thus far, and it's actually kind of fun. So that is what we're doing, if anyone's wondering. But we are also summoning AGI, it is true. Before I do that, though, I'm going to commit a few things. Not this, actually, because I don't think this is working. Yes, good. Yeah. Today is meant to be... Sundays, we're always going to do something a little different, I think. Either work on some interesting things or workflow stuff. Test out some new things that we haven't had the time. Right. Cool. Let me make sure, double check, and then we'll run that. I just create a new repo. Oh, I see. Good. Cool. So here's the repo. I'm going to put it in the description. I'll make videos of each so people can see in the README what's going on, but not right now. Go. Actually, yeah. So I think we can run this now. No, we're going to wait till this is finished, and then that way we can test the DOM for LLM extractor. But we can go ahead with this one while we wait. All right, let's double check before we send this. That this is not working. Yeah, so it should be, you wait a little bit, it's going to say scroll. Okay. So go ahead and nail down what are 3 possible reasons that the scroll is not appearing after 3 seconds. It's probably being interrupted somehow, but just go ahead and explain. Pretty sure in this one, oh right, it's under this one. That was the UN thing. So I'm going to put this over here. Okay, so it's implementing our new charts. in the our new chart experiment. I don't really see much. Oh, there was a recovery path. It did. Oh, nice. That's pretty good. It did the points. It's a little glitchy, but other than that, pretty good. It's probably number 3, I think. I think it's number 1 or number 2. I don't think it's phantom wheel events. Well, actually, now that you mention it. No, I mean, I literally sit there and wait, and it doesn't show for 3 seconds. So there's some sort of, it's probably something to do with like use effect. That's why I was thinking number 3. What do you think? Not sure. Hey, thanks, Locker. Happy vibe coding. It's a lot of fun. Like, it's very addicting. It feels rewarding in a different sort of way. Like if you play a game, I don't know about you guys, but I don't really feel like it kind of feels like a game, but afterwards you feel differently. You feel like I actually made something. It exists. I can look at it. And I can show people and be like, hey, check it out. No, I don't use the dangerously skip mode. I don't blame you if you do. If that's, how you want to roll. But especially when you're streaming, I don't want it to do anything really crazy. Like print my API key 1,000 times or something. Awesome. We'll try our best. Yeah, feel free to join the Discord. It's not super active yet, but I'm thinking if we get to like 1,000 members on the Discord, at that point it'll probably start being feel like more of a community, I guess. I think it's just not enough people quite yet to seem very active. The way I saw you, fair point, but I do read roughly what the script is doing. I don't read every single line on every script, I would say, but especially when we're doing stuff like this, I'm not really too worried about it, I guess. But fair point. I would say 99% is actually probably about right. And sometimes I see like it's about to do a destructive action to Firebase. It's about to update something. I'm like, nope, stop. Like you can read real briefly what it's doing. Okay, like for example, right here, I'm just immediately gonna click accept because there's no way this causes any problems. But if it's running a bash script, I usually will look. It's making a .sh file. I'm like, all right, let's take a look. What are you doing to me? I see what you're saying, yeah. I mean, work is another story, right? I totally get, when if you're working on a project, I wouldn't, if I was working on this at work, right, I wouldn't have the LLM running commands on the database. I mean, this is really bad. But in our case, this is a prototype project. It's just reading. And even if it does do a destructive action, there's no users. Like, it doesn't matter. But as soon as like there starts being users, then I actually wouldn't do that at all. It's not great. It would require quite a bit more review, and you make a file and you read it and probably build some tests and things like this as well. Or you make a little test database. That's actually what you ideally would do. Not run it until you're absolutely ready, until it's reviewed. Cloud codes at the same time. Yeah, I think that was cool. He's like posting on Twitter his kind of workflow. I read that. It was pretty interesting. Seems like it's pretty vanilla for the most part, but yeah, he's pretty cool guy. Don't just keep telling it context to. Well, actually, for me, it's actually way better. I'm curious on your experience. For me, it's way better to do a repeat. So what do I do, right? It knows what the script it generated was, and it knows to read the logs. Like, you can see me pressing enter, right? If I just restart it, I have to explain from scratch what we're doing, and I have to give it the files. And right now, it's reading the logs, figuring out what happened to the Hammerspoon script. I think that makes a lot of sense for me personally, but I'm curious why you think clearing the context would be useful there. I think sometimes it's useful, like if you get stuck in a real rabbit hole, but at the same time, it could end up in the same rabbit hole because it doesn't have the context about the prior errors and the problems we ran into in that rabbit hole. Right? That's kind of what I'm thinking. So it might end up in the same place. So this is our injected JavaScript. This is not on the website. This is our tool to try to extract out the DOM, so that way we can immediately paste it into the Cloud Code when we're designing. This is one of our development tools. So let's go ahead and try it out. So go ahead and, if you haven't already, update the init.lua. You can, yeah, go ahead and update Hammerspoon. I'll just consider an early adopter, then till the Discord is nice. Oh, cool. Thanks, Locker. Appreciate it. We'll get there. Might just take a few months. Sounds good. Have a good rest of your night. I guess morning. My music is somewhere. I would like to change it. Oh, cool. We got our visual hover. We'll test it on all of the things. Oh yeah, perfect. I probably would make it maybe more of a gray or something, but pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. So right now we're testing the styles for the new charts. are kind of building out just the things that will make it look good. D3 is a nice library. It's very customizable. Someone, was it SG? Wasn't our idea, but someone told us about this library. And it's a good idea. I like it. Very nice. We can kind of achieve the styles that we would like. I don't really like the line, the dotted line, I would say. Very cool. Okay, I actually like the table. The table's pretty nice. Okay, very good. So I'll make just one change and then we'll start probably adding them. It's the dotted lines on the scatter plot. Can you just make it so the dotted lines on, we're not going to have the dotted lines on the scatter plot. Interesting. Yeah, this is the problem we ran into before. We're trying to fetch the UN data. However, I don't know how this would even succeed because we didn't even grab any API key, so I'm not really sure why it even tried. Can you explain what you're doing here? Because we didn't grab an API key, so why are we trying to fetch anything? So the documentation has conflicting info, line 17. That's what we kind of ran into last time. It wasn't very clear, so it told me to send an email. Really? So some areas say we need an API key. Some say we don't. Okay, so go ahead and just grab some sample data then. And just a little bit though. We're gonna test it out. Grab something, just one indicator. Okay, the scatter plot, that looks pretty good, I would say. I'm going to commit that. Fast. Okay, so I do not see the scroll. It's fine. Let's see. Hey, my app is still up. Or my app is up. Still a long way. Nice, dude. Super excited. School point. Unclear. Oh, you're trying to put a link, right? School. Gotcha. A little confused by the link there, but I'm not sure. Hello Vibers could be a good extension. A little long though. Oh, we got the updated version. Let me try it out. So I used the Command Shift M. We got this information. Appears not to be reloaded. I'm going to run the reload again just to make sure. Okay, great. So now it's not working, so we have the logs. So this is very common. If you're making a Hammerspoon script, it's going to read the logs as usual. And then it usually figures out after a few times of iteration. Cool. So there is an error. Go ahead and check the Hammerspoon logs. Hello Vibers. School point hello. Oh, point, okay. I missed the column part. Okay. I thought it was school dot hello Vibers, and I was like, what? Wait, oh, this is in dark mode? What? That's a bug. So this page here is not respecting our preferences, dark mode, light mode as a user. So go ahead and investigate and come back to, oh, classic. I'll get back to my notes. Wait, that'd be cool if we make another custom command where it's like we have pending commands, right? Because that's a very common scenario where I'm just sort of waiting for another task to complete before running this one because they're kind of dependent on each other. So instead of opening like a ton of terminals, I can just do pending, send the prompts, and then I don't have to do that. So I'm going to add that command as well to our workflow. Had some problems. I keep pressing the minimize. Caps lock off. Okay. So I'm curious why you have trouble reaching the Hammerspoon logs. Usually it can, so I'm kind of curious. I'll just send it the error then. Something about initialization. Here you go. Go to my landing page and copy the style. Yeah, check it out, I suppose. One moment. I see you also have a scroller thing. I guess, is this the idea? I'm a little confused overall. Oh, maybe this is like you're deciding on the style, and this is like the style that you're thinking, right? That's kind of what you're asking here. Cool. Let's try it again. I reload it. Cool. Now it's a different error, so that is good. It has loaded. Take a look. Good luck. That's another one. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely agree. In general, having a good landing page is nice. So we're going to make this new tool. It's a new Claude Code command, and it's going to be /pending. So we're going to make a new Claude Code command, put it in this folder. So the Claude Code command is going to be /pending, and then it's going to have an argument for the prompts. In order to restore it, it's /send, I suppose. /send, and then it's going to be... Oh, okay, so the /pending takes two arguments. The first argument is the name, and then the second is the actual prompts. And then the to send, it's going to be /send, and then the name, the ID. So that's the ID of the prompts. Hey, Ricardo. I've been doing it for a long time, I would say. I started streaming 8 months ago. But before that, I was kind of making stuff. It's aggressively got more and more interesting. So right now, today, we're working on some workflow stuff. We're adding, we can see how much money we saved and things like this. Let's see if this worked. And we're adding some DOM extracting tools. So let me try real quick. If it works, Command-Shift-M. Looks like we maybe got another error. Let me see if it's the same one though. I have to reload probably. Okay. Oh, nice. Fantastic. What was the model there? Oh, right. That's the text itself. So the idea behind this is like when you're designing, some of the problems that it has is the positioning and finding out which element you're referring to. So the idea is we're going to couple we've created two tools. One tool copies directly your image to clipboard, so you can very easily paste it to Claude Code. If you try some of that, use Shot or whatever, it actually doesn't work because you can't paste image data into terminals. You can only paste path data, so you got to do a little extra clicking. So we're going to combine that tool with this tool. Maybe we'll keep it separate for now, but I think for me, I'm going to combine it. If you guys want to, you can just look at the repo if you want to combine it as well. And the reason is every time I send an image, it'll pass the image to the LLM and then all of the relevant details it needs to know about how to select this specific element of the DOM and the styles and things like this. So, fantastic. So I'm going to commit that, add the workflow tools. Cool. Seems pretty good, I would say. Oh, this is the new command we're adding, so /pending. Okay. I won't commit it yet because we haven't tried it. Don't know what that is, so I'm not committing that. DOM extractor. There you go, make sure the window recorder is there. Should be. We didn't make any changes to the window recorder, so that's why I'm confused it's there. The window recorder is this hotkey. You can set your workspace, save a window. It's all saved as far as like you record a window's position and you can do a hotkey to bring it there. Oh yeah, window recorder's there. Great. I was deploying as app through ChatGPT. Oh, I see what you're saying. But does anyone use that? That's the question. Do people use the ChatGPT apps? I've never used it. I don't know anyone who's used it. But maybe one day they will. It's possible. Cool. So now that we've finished that one, we can do our little test where we're trying to change a particular thing, which is this thing. And I'm going to do Control-Shift-M. Interesting. No elements found in the selection. Well, I'm curious about that. I'll see if we can do it with just the position. We'll run a few experiments as we go. So, SG, you know people who use the ChatGPT apps? What do they use it for, exactly? Like, making reservations and things? Like for your flights and whatever? Cool. Actually, for this one, we can actually start. Let me make sure to commit. This is a large task. This one here. So I'm going to commit first everything that we care about. Oh, we added some weird hacky thing. That one's easy fix. Oh, gotcha. Cool. So let's test this again. I think it's probably not working at the moment. Still no, let's go ahead and add some logging here so you can understand. Okay, 401 unauthorized. Gotcha. All right, so I will try to request API access. See how that goes. This is the UN website. don't really see a sign in or anything. I don't really see any registration page. Can you help me find it? And also look online, look at some resources. Maybe there's some, who knows, Reddit posts about getting API access for this particular data. So go ahead and try to find where it would be. Okay, this was a small fix. Let's see if it successfully did it. Yes, it did. That is good. Congratulations. Change this color. Study CS? Yeah, I did. JTM. Small color change. Very necessary commit. Okay. This is still the scrolling thing, so I will leave that for now. I will start the bigger change because we have nothing in the pipe interstaged. So go ahead and you can go ahead and start the actual integration. Before you begin, can you go ahead and find the implementation plan that we made earlier? We have our /pending command. I noticed that the bottom bar disappeared. Let me see if I do status line, if it's there. Imagine to complete the app. This is a long-running project, so there's a ton of things I want to add. I'm going to really enjoy. So I'm actually going to use this for all my research going forward. And normally I would use Ticker, but I actually really like this because this has a lot more information. I'm going to make sure it didn't do anything to change our folder structure here, because I'm noticing some are missing. So I'm going to take a look what's going on. All right, so we have a question. Take a look at this. So Command Option S. It appears the folder structures are changing. Double check. Are all 500 companies still there? They should be. I don't think you're doing any destructive actions, so I don't think anything has changed as far as that goes. Go ahead and take a look at the front end folder structure. But yeah, anyways, as I was saying, we're going to keep adding more features. Retirement lab, and it'll be under the research section. So, but we're going to probably have it waitlist for a while. So if people want to, because there's going to be plenty of bugs in the beginning. Okay, so these are the ones we're about to start. It found the implementation plan there. This is a pretty complex change. So we have to figure out a way to scope it a bit. Adding a feature flag is probably not necessary. All right, scoping is fine, but you don't need to do the feature flag stuff. Like, try to keep it as scoped as possible. And let's try to scope this to the smallest possible change that we can for testing. I think actually what we're going to do, we're not going to hook it up to the today's brief yet, because that's actually kind of complex. We're just going to do in the question pipeline section, we're just going to hook it up specifically for only the comparison bar chart to start. And the user also has to request specifically use the D3 chart. That's how we're going to scope it. And then we'll verify that that works. So the reason we do that is it's much easier if it just modifies a smaller amount of things to start. Oh, gotcha. So it wiped the sector data. That's okay. Can we fix the script so this doesn't happen again? It's not, that's just the one line thing that we added, but definitely these scripts are going to be running like every quarter. So we don't want to have to fix that. Luckily, you know, we're starting with a small amount of data to start. So it's probably a good practice here. We make sure all the scripts are working and then we'll bring in everything. Yeah, merge, exactly. And we made that script for the sector data, so we'll just run that again, I suppose. Yeah, now it's running the... I think we should make a little doc for our future, because we're going to make more scripts like this for data collection. We're going to tell it always merge, don't, for modifying the existing data collection. So granted, that's kind of a rare scenario, but just maybe remember it, I suppose. Interesting. Let's fix this problem. So when I initially run it, I have the lines about, oh, it actually stopped. Interesting. So take a look at this. So in our workflow tools, we created a cloud in our script line. It would, our status line, whenever it start up, we have a bunch of things like how much money we're saving using the subscription and the progress to the context, max context, things like this. It seems to have stopped. How can we debug this? Is there any logs that we can find about how this is being hooked up to that status line at the bottom of Claude Code? Any progress or money yet? We haven't made progress, but this is a long-running task. That's why I changed the title. So it's not really a get-rich-quick thing. So some people join, they're like, it's a speed run. It's like, no. We're building because it's fun and I like it. I like building this way. Oh, right, because we changed the perfect. So it's just because we changed the folder directory. What type of app are you making? It's an investor platform. Cool, as you can see, we have today we're working on a lot of workflow tools, but you can track your portfolio, gives you news based on type of investor you are, gives you data based on what happened today. Right now we're changing a lot of styles the last few days. and other times as well, but we're going to change it to these charts. I think they look nicer. And so anyways, get data. You can ask questions, generate your own charts. That one, a lot of times we're testing bugs, as you can see. But yeah, generate tables, generate that. You got your portfolio tracking, and then you have the data collection stuff, which will have all our data sources that you can surf and explore and save the ones you care about. And we save the type of investor you are. So your approach, themes and catalysts, and the AI. When you're chatting with the AI, it helps you learn and gives you information, this kind of thing. And so that's the product we're working on. But today we're focused on tooling and working on some of the annoying things that we run into when we're designing and things like this. It's open source in the repo. If you guys want, oh look, it populated. So this is useful because when you're using Claude Code, it's going to condense information, sometimes compress information, and it runs for like minutes usually. And sometimes you don't want that. You just want to try to avoid this. So once you hit 95%, it's going to do it. So you just, it's a good way to keep track. This is the amount of money we would have used, or rather the amount of money we would have spent if we were using the API instead of the subscription. So once that goes over $200 this month, then we know we have saved something. So that'll be interesting. That'll be a good way to keep track. And this is our total session time. But we just made this script, so it's not right. But it will be tomorrow. Cool. So I'm going to push those changes if there were any. I don't think there were. All right, and we're adding a new command. So /pending/send. That was a scenario where a lot of times you have a Claude Code instance that's dependent on the last task. So we're just going to do a /pending prompt. And I'm going to test it now. So /pending security review. Interesting. Huh. I've never seen this command. Let's interesting. Let me look this up. I've never seen this Claude Code command either. It's kind of fun. That's cool. Yeah, you can hook it up to like PRs and things. This is your side project. This right now is we're creating this workflow for people and me. So as we go, probably every Sunday or so, we'll spend some time working on things like this, fun things, workflow things. So this is the main product. This is just kind of like helpful stuff. So pending, we'll just call it test. This is the test prompt. Print hi if it worked. Okay, cool. I think I didn't restart this Claude Code instance. I'm not sure. Maybe it hasn't been hooked up yet. It probably doesn't need quotes, actually. Oh, but it doesn't matter. So let's go ahead and try to fix that. So I reloaded Cloud. Did you make sure to hook it up? So we can close this one now. This works, sure. How much do you spend on the Cloud API? I spend $200. I'm doing the Cloud Code Max, so the $200 a month one. Cool. We can close this one too, because that one's no longer relevant. Cool. It just hadn't loaded it in, so let's go ahead and test it out. I'm going to restart this one. I imagine it's quotes, right? Interesting. Okay. So it's saving it as a file. I wonder if we can make it faster. Does it have to? Is there any way we can make the /pending faster? Like, does it actually have to go through cloud? Anyway, we could hook it up to just a script that runs. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, exactly. Then it removes it. Okay. Yeah, if it just runs the script, that'd be much faster. It's a little more nice to use. All right. So you're not having any luck querying the UN specifically. Can you just query third-party sources, like go to Reddit, go to other places, and see what they say about this? Did you run the sector, adding the sectors back? Oh, I see. This is a hook. Cool. Nice. It looks like a short little script, but let's read it. I want to put it in the project so people can use it. Oh, it is. Fantastic. It's actually putting it in so we can push it and people know what to do. Cool. Let's go ahead and read it. Cool. Pretty simple. I have to reload it. Nice, much faster. Fantastic. I'm going to try it across the different instances just to make sure, but Oh, we need a read hook though. The /send should also have a hook, right? Because it also is going through Claude Code. Well, I'm thinking the extension of this is that you actually have a queue, a running queue, right? We actually have an add to queue command. Because what are we doing? I usually have a Claude Code instance somewhere waiting for this to be done. That's the next step, or we could just add a little running queue, I would say. I might not always use that. Maybe I do want to validate, but maybe it's a small thing. We can stack it. So the hook is working, so don't change the hook. It's just the, you didn't make a hook for /send. I said, don't think it did. Yeah, it did. Which library? I don't need a library. I'm saying you just make a queue. You know, just some data structure. You know, like you have a running queue. You store it in, it could just be an array or something. Or just all right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab a coffee. Hello. I'm changing the music. It's a little more chill. Okay. Cool. Nice. Let me try this. I'm going to create a new one. So it was reloaded. Looks like the hook didn't quite attach to the /send. Do we have a conflict or something? Why would it happen? Oh, it might not work cross. Oh, I see. Never mind, I identified it. The reason is it works on the same instance, but if you try to send it cross instances, then it doesn't. Is there any way we can fix that? Cool. That's looking through Reddit. Nice. So this should all be here now. Good. Nice. Let's fix the search now. I'm gonna send a little prompt. I'm kind of curious what you think, guys think on something. Nah, never mind. It's okay. So it's empty because we sent it. I'll do another test so you can see something. Oh, and I notice it's the same with this. It's per instance, so we'll try to fix that. Okay, now there should be something in the pending. I noticed with this, take a look at the workflow tools here. That's for the status line. It doesn't persist across Cloud Code terminals. So it's only per instance. It shows, for example, the money value. The context obviously should be the specific to the Cloud Code instance. How did it fix this last thing? Do you understand what I'm saying, though? That it has to persist across instances? So it says it does understand, so I'm going to create two separate ones. Okay, not there. Let me check. Appears to be some error. You might have to check logs if you can find them. I think it should default to quarterly on the. Oh, I see. Okay, interesting. So no slash. Without the slash, it definitely doesn't work. Do you actually understand how the hooks work for Cloud Code? Oh, I see. It hasn't implemented yet. Yeah. So let's try dropping the slash, I suppose. Let's just use So for our commands, we'll just use exclamation mark. Yeah, I want it to persist across reboots, so it's going to be running tally. That we can do slash or we can do slash resets money tally. Can you make it so on the data page, it's going to default to, for this area, it's going to default to a quarterly instead of annual. Not really sure how that one would be particularly useful, but we'll see what it does. Curiosity. I'll start this poll, just a curiosity. Okay, I'm gonna try the pending. Oh, what's bash mode now? Interesting. Unfortunately, I think it appears that the exclamation mark is taken for bash mode in Cloud Code. Also, can you tell me what is that? I imagine just running. Wait, can we use this? Anyways, what's another? We'll use $sign. Let's use $sign instead. Cool. Let's see if this works. I'm gonna start resetting some. Just make. We can tell if it works if it has this number. Actually, has a larger number. Oh, it shows the largest. Well, it's probably a little confusing because each one of these is writing. We got to reset these. So, let's see if this one updates. Interesting. Hey SG, we made it today. It's in the repo on the. We made it. It's in the repo in the description. Oh, check it out. That's dope. So every time you need a new word, every time you send a chat, it's going to update to the cumulative cost for the. So this is what it would cost if you use the API. Maybe we should try to make that a little more clear to people, because if someone installs this, they're like, is this right? Am I actually spending? It's just telling you what you would have spent if you were using the API. Okay, let's try this pending thing now. I'm gonna reset these. Sounds good. Yeah, feel free to, you can get rid of some of the stuff you don't like. For me, it's kind of cool to see if we are saving money at the end of the day. I believe we are, given the usage, but just out of curiosity. Nice. No. Weird. Hold on. So if I start one up, and I do send, it doesn't hit the hook. Oh, it does? What is happening on this one then? Oh, did I misspell it or something? Yeah, it's helpful. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're talking about whether it's... Well, there's another component, which is like... It's like a morale booster project. Some of it. Because actually, I like seeing that. So that matters. There's something to be said about that. Because then every time I see it, I'm like, that's cool. Interesting. So if I send pending in one, so that is the particular scenario that we'd have to repro this book. So here's the scenario. The hooks work both for pending and send. However, if I send pending on one instance and use send on the other instance, then it doesn't work. But if I use pending in the same instance and then send on the same instance, then all the hooks fire correctly. That's great. So it's just this very one particular scenario that the hooks don't attach for the send. Okay, what was that? I'm actually kind of curious. So it doesn't know either. Is there any logs you can investigate here? Or does it maybe store it in like temp or something, some sort of log that we could use to debug the hooks? So send works here. Oh, it doesn't actually. So it's reading the logs. Okay, great. Now I can see it registered 0 hooks, which is the behavior that has happened. So I can actually help you there. The last change you made somehow broke the hooks. So when you change the project level settings. I just make sure send. Oh, still no, interestingly. Yeah, I can do that, but the next thing is, oh great, it's checking the logs again. So we're 50-50 on the title. Sounds about right. I notice any poll I do, it always ends up 50-50. Like a very good chunk of the time. Like maybe, do we have to close all Claude Code instances? No, it has been making changes. I'm not really sure. It's a strange issue. Hopefully I can find it in the logs because this is cool. Cool feature. I was just checking how the structure of the project looks. It's trying to download the data. I guess that's one way to do it. It's trying to download from, or grab it from GitHub. Interesting. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you're attempting? What's your strategy here? Do you just find like a repo or something that has this, or what? Well, we know this is possible, right? Because the money one worked. However, I see there also is something going on with the money where it reset. And the time as well. Oh, what the heck is that about? Wow. Incredible. Something has happened. So both this reset and the money has gone insane. Can you find the logs? I feel like the only way we're going to be able to figure this out is if you can find the logs. Realistically speaking, in a realistic time frame. Why does it say one hook instead of two? Hey, nice, SG. Cool. Did you actually, I guess we know this works. So for your use case, this works. Can you explain why you did it this way? Why not create a hook for the pending and the send? So on every submit, the script checks prompts. I guess why did you do it this way? So this time period has said we have a session for 56 years. For tool, universal parser. Instantly turn messy text to clean Excel sheets. Paste, extract, and export in seconds. Yeah. So that would that be like let's say they have a giant data set and you're kind of cleaning it for them, cleaning and prepping to put it in a nice Excel. I'd say that's pretty useful. Excel runs the world. Really? Well, clearly there is some serious issues with this user prompt submit thing. So maybe we could try to... But, okay, so I see what you're saying. Functionally, it's the same. Even if we add a hook... We know it was working before. It's just that I wanted it to be faster, so it doesn't have to go through cloud. So we can always go back. I wanted to just run the script. Okay, but regardless, go ahead and check the logs. Can you see anything strange? I'm going to run it a few times. Oh, now it worked. What the heck? What? Yeah, it just doesn't have it available. It's just a little weird, right? Like across instances, I do a pending command, and then the second instance can't find the first. Somehow, wherever you are storing is not persisting and being communicated to across the cloud instances. Is there any way we can have this script? So here's how it works, right? It's like the way the script works is it's checking some location that is definitely not being cleared, right? It's like some sort of global directory, and the script checks that first. Then it gives you the result. I don't know exactly how you implement it, but can you tell me what you did? You could read it, but I feel like it'll tell me pretty quick. I guess I'm just a little curious. What happened? Why did this happen? Oh, it's up here. So with our constant writes, I think what you're saying is maybe what happened here is we had a, do you think it's possible it was a parallel write? Like we did two writes at the same time. That's how it corrupted the JSON or something? Or is it something, just a bug in the code? I mean, I guess it's a decent, I mean, if that's the case, if that is what happened, for every cloud instance, we could duplicate the file. No, that wouldn't work. Well, I don't know, but I'm telling you that another instance can't find the doc that the first instance created. Oh. Okay, I'm seeing the issue. I didn't see this text here, which could help us. Oh, no, that's just saying it blocked the user submit operation. Gotcha. That's actually what we want. Very weird behavior. So it's a parallel race condition from parallel writes. That kind of makes a little bit of sense. Oh. Cool. Yeah, cool. That works. But can't find the dog. I will send a screenshot. But it is a little mysterious what's going on here. It's very strange. There is some behavior that is happening where the hook does not actually fire anymore. And it has to do with when we do pending in one. But even if we do pending in the same one, at some point this end stops firing the hook. I think you will have to find the answer in the logs. But also give me more detail about this works, about how this works. Put it in this document. So you're going to kind of go through the script and explain it. Maybe we can find something. We'll just put it in notes. So is there any downsides to the move command? I guess in this sense, it might overwrite some writes, right? That's essentially what will happen. So like one might be running, but another one will overwrite it. That's kind of the, so it might not be totally accurate, but it might, the only scenario it would be is it underestimates, right? It would never overestimate. So the move, no corruption, lost updates possible, yeah. I'm just curious, how often do you think that would happen? I guess it just depends how long the move command, it should be fast. Could be a cache issue, that kind of makes sense. Some sort of caching weirdness. I'm noticing one issue though, right? So let's say I'm running one terminal, right? It's bringing up the cost a lot. And then I have another terminal that's just sitting there. The cost, it's not reflected, right? And so then I run a command, and then that terminal overwrites the cost that the other terminal has stacked up with a much lower money value. So in order to fix this, I think what we should do is before writing, we should retrieve the value of the money. And then if it's higher, then we write that particular value. If it's lower, then we don't write. I haven't checked chat in a while. Yeah, I'm an engineer. Sorry, guys. Not a lot of chats, so we're good. JT. Oh, great. Wait, I'm not asking for World Bank data. I'm asking for the UN data. So are you saying that? So that option one, that was just World Bank data, you're saying? Yeah, we could do option 3. So option 3 is kind of interesting, but just make sure that's allowed, right? Oh, I see. Can you explain what scenario does it overcount again? Oh, I see. That makes sense. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So that's how it should work. Each session only adds its own delta. Can we implement that? It's trying to fetch, but it's getting 403s everywhere, which means we have been detected as a robot, presumably. Oh. Yeah. So as you can see, you are a robot, and it doesn't like that you're a robot, right? Is this kind of the issue why we're getting all these 403s? I believe it is. Unless you have the wrong URL or something, or the wrong path. Yeah, that's what we ran into last time, so it's fine. All right, fair enough. Just give me the email. I assume this is what it is about. I don't understand. Is this even like a thing that they offer? It seems like everything's conflicting, so I don't understand. We might have to move on. Not use that data because it doesn't make any sense. Or just... ideally, someone on like Reddit or something. Wait, hold on. Wait. When you looked up the Reddit stuff, did no one say anything about this? That's an indicator probably that some just outdated information or something. Oh, interesting. No links found for the UN data API access. No actual 50 disc. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah. So why did you think it was real? I'm just curious. Probably just made up something. So Cloud Code caches settings.json at startup and never reloads it. Instance where send failed were started before we added... No. Oh, so I have to kill all the Cloud Code sessions? I can't just kill the ones that I'm just reload some new ones? so that won't work, I think. But I think it probably is some sort of caching thing. It kind of makes sense. Oh, dang. Failable test too. So as soon as I hit this, it's like one Cloud Code instance is like almost like it's like reserving the hook or something, because as soon as I add a pending, like I run pending, right? Then I can no longer use this hook on other instances for the send. But it will work on that instance that printed this. Do you understand what I'm saying? That makes some sense. Oh, gotcha. Well, fair enough. Clear that. So let's go ahead and remove it from this stock. So none of those. Oh. So right now I'm looking at the logs. I saw one that fired actually. Oh yeah, the timeout does fire sometimes. Interesting. So it does hit the right code probably. Probably just a display thing then. It does fire sometimes. So it could be a display issue, but go ahead and check this out. So it could be something like this too. A Cloud Code bug where hook execution is being shared locked across instances. Yes, so if I do the pending in instance B, it works, and then yeah, it's some sort of locking thing, actually. That's exactly what it is. So if I do the pending in instance B, then the send doesn't work in instance A, and vice versa. So I think you're right, some sort of locking. Global hook lock. You know what I think? There's something weird though, because the pending still works, right? If it was truly a lock, why would it only lock send after we sent the pending? I have a feeling if we separate into two, it's going to work. So right now we made it one hook. What do you think about this? I probably need to reload all the instances for this though, right? Because they're going to be using the prior writing logic. Isn't that true? Or is it going to adopt the new scripts? Is it required that I reload all the instances? I should have like a reload. Oh wait, don't have to always close it. Right? Okay, let's try this. So actually, I think this could fix it. Something about making it one that did not like. Web code Ds. It's funny. It's funny. So what do we got here? Wait, okay, but I don't think it's actually working. But I might actually just be getting the context from this conversation. It has to be cross. Okay, great. Oh, but I need to say this. Very important. I don't think it'll work, but I just want to make sure. Okay, good. Very bizarre stuff happening here. If you can see this, say hi. So I'm going to read the docs. I'm going to understand what it does, because I'm actually curious a little bit. As if we ever make future hooks, this will help us understand. Hey, Ved, how's it going? I'll change it to this music. Sorry. So there's bug number one we know for sure, which is that somehow this hook, some mechanism in certain conditions does not actually recognize that we sent the command. Wait. Okay, we have learned something. The hook always works if you do not send the right name. But if we do send the right name, something happens where the hook is broken. Okay. Okay, now we're making some progress. Send test 12, and now the hook's gonna break. Yeah. So we've learned something here. The hook only breaks when you do it's not related to locking or anything like that. The hook only breaks and doesn't hit and goes to cloud when you do send on something that is saved, right? So in this case, you can see in the screenshot when we did send test 12, then it actually does not respect our hook. However, what I think is happening here, there's likely some error, and somehow there's a fallback where it goes to cloud. That's my guess. So you're gonna have to investigate the logs. Hey, we're working on our workflow scripts. This is one. The reason why I'm spending a bit of time on this is mainly out of curiosity, but also in the future, we're probably gonna make more hooks. So I wanna make sure I understand how to do that. And that we don't run into the same thing in the future. It's not too much. Hey, thanks, Gremlin. The poll is very 50-50, so I was just curious what people thought. The idea is like, I want it to be not a speed run, so I want to make it clear that this is a long-term thing. So that's why I made it a very big goal. And like you said, there is something to be said about having big goals. So it's trying to find does that actually work, the test? Oh, it's related to the fact that I'm using quotes as quotes that aren't escaped in the JSON output. Okay. I had a feeling actually earlier that maybe could be related to the quote stuff. Okay, so that might work. That makes a lot of sense. Fantastic. I'm going to try it out. You started with me, and I'm oh, thanks, man. Some countries in the world. Yeah, that's a good point. It's very US centric, I suppose. Actually, I was looking at the statistics. Only 30% of the people watching this stream in the US. I thought that was interesting. So maybe I should. They're probably like Billionaire. Put USD. Okay, let's try this out. Because yeah. I'm gonna probably do the quotes still, but I might try without the quotes as well. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. I think it works now. Great. I'm gonna try it one more time, but I'm pretty sure. If you can, and then we're gonna add the queue part. Fantastic. Good job, you have fixed it. I think in our project though, we want people to be able to use this. So you're gonna create a little README in this cloud tools section about how to set this up, right? Because they're gonna need to obviously put some stuff in their project settings and things like this, or even global settings rather. Out of progress. That's funny. It's not a bad idea. It shows that we're serious. But we have to measure. It's gonna be like a Bitcoin measurement. You know, you have to measure it like 0.0000. Like it's the loading bar is from 0.00001 to 0.0000, and that's that way we have some movement in the. So go ahead and create this README, put it in the, and that goes for actually all these cloud commands. Anything they need to set up, just put it in the README for these cloud tools. I'm gonna go ahead and commit. I'm happy we have fixed that. Set money. These are all good. Log scale, of course. Yes, true. We could do that too. Have you decided which tasks you're going to do that day? Which day? You mean today or tomorrow? Oh, you mean the day we succeed, you mean? No, I have not. So let's read the readmes. Getting a developer job. I'm not sure. Depends kind of where you live, and a lot of stuff. But I think it seems like right now, getting really good at leak code and things like this seem to help for sure. But kind of depends what stage you're at, you know. I think if you're at the very beginning stage, first see if you like it. You know, build some stuff. You know, learn and see if you like the general process. If you like it, then maybe it's for you. If you find it really boring, then probably job would just be more boring. Speaking of Bitcoin, crypto in the portfolio tracker. We don't have it yet, but honestly, a lot of people have requested that. So why not? Like, we'll try to investigate if we can do it. I think that doesn't hurt anything to add. We just have to figure out how to get the data and how much it would cost and all this stuff. Someone owns it, I'm sure. Cool. So now we're going to do the next step of this. So the next step of this, we're going to have a queue. The idea is we're going to add a message to the queue. And the hook here is add to queue. Actually, first we need to establish if we can do what we're about to do, right? It's like, the idea is you send a message, and then as soon as it completes, and again, this is cross instances. It's going to take it out of the queue, and then I can just send the next one. Yeah, it's actually just a very simple thing. It's just like, it's actually really simple. The queue, it just saves. It's a array of just like the names of what's pending and the order that we made it pending, and the way that we send it is it's just going to be send queue or some command like this. Come up with some command, and then it'll just take the next one off, and it'll just run a /send. So go ahead and talk to me about first clarify your understanding. Oh, hey, thanks, Kremlin. Hey, Ved, I'm from the US. Oh, my hair is really... I got a really bad haircut the other day. I do not like it. Hey, Mats. We're building right now. Today, we're working on some workflow tools. We've actually made quite a lot of cool little things that we can do. We made a DOM extractor that we can easily send into Claude Code. So I'll show you guys. So I do Command Option or Command Shift M, and we can grab what we're. This is a tool that's going to be useful when we're designing. We can grab this. We have the exact location and the DOM information, and we can paste it directly in. Save to your clipboard. Very seamless. Same thing for the screenshot. Saves to your clipboard. Don't need to drag anything. Boom, done. Simple. Don't need to go click anything. I like that. Now we've added, if you guys see this, these tools here, this is keeping track of how much money we would have spent if we use the API. This is our session timer. This is to keep track of your max context length, because at some point, Cloud starts to compact the information at about 95%. It's kind of annoying when it does that. So you can keep track of that, so you can avoid it doing that. And those are things we've added today. They're all open source. It's in the description if you would like any of these thus far. I'm 27. Hey, Ben. For me, it's great because I can speak almost not quite twice as fast, but 70% faster. So even if there is some problems with what I've said, I think it works out at the end of the day to be faster. Hey, Ben. Just vibe coding a bit more now. Trying to... Oh, hey, Grim. Definitely not. Like at the beginning, I definitely envisioned the first part, which was this thing, the data. Because I wanted something every day that I would get that would give me cool graphs. And I thought that would be fun. I was inspired by Drunken Miller. He was talking about every day he gets 255 charts in his email about macroeconomics. So this guy's a famous investor. He gets all sorts of charts based on what's happening. And I was like, I want that for me too. Every day I want to wake up and I want to just get tons of data that I can kind of look at on what's happening today. And so that was the inspiration there. But the other stuff kind of came after that. So just vibe coding a bit more now, trying to get AI to build complex projects. That took me months. It seems to build a decent base when it comes to complex bugs. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's true. I mean, you can go back at the stream. We spent about probably a solid week, I would say, actually a little over a week, on chart generation. Very complicated. What we end up doing, our sort of strategy for harder stuff, especially things that touch a lot of files. We make implementation docs, design docs and stuff, and then we iterate on it. So I'll show you. This is really cool in some sense because Opus 4.5 in particular makes these really nice charts. So I'll show you guys. I'll find one here. So it shows not a good example. That's probably going to be mostly in the back-end stuff. So it always gives you these charts when you're doing something, and you can read it, and you can be like, especially if you are an engineer, Ben, it's like you can read it and be like, cool, this is wrong, this is going to suck. And then you edit it, and you tell it what it's going to do. And then the next step is you do it phase by phase. surgically making things that if you try to do in one go, it's going to really suck at. So that's the strategy we have used. And I think that goes all the way down. If you're working on something that's you're working on a really complicated project, you're working on a shared component, you have to get more and more surgical with the AI generations. So for example, if you're working on the Chromium browser, I use that example, but something that's really complicated, you're going to probably just maybe use it for autofill for like a function or something, maybe, and then you read it and you edit it, and so it just becomes more and more involved. But the more complex the project is, so yeah, that's what I would say about that. While starting any new project, do you make a roadmap for it? Then what's sourcing a website from scratch? I'd say if you're just beginning, start small. See if you like it. Build some tools, maybe for yourself, maybe for your job, maybe for like a hobby. And if you really end up liking it, then you'll kind of learn over time what you need to learn. I probably in the beginning, if you're just starting, probably don't deploy to the public unless it's like. I probably would just start with seeing if you like it, and over time you'll kind of realize, okay, I need to know this, I need to know that, and that's what I would recommend. So I use only Opus 4.5, except for design. Sometimes we use Gemini. And yeah, Opus 4.5 is really awesome. I love Cloud Code. It's seriously cool, very customizable. As you can see, we added this today. I think it's so cool that we're going to keep adding more and more of these hooks and commands, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I don't know any, the others are fine, but I just like how it performs, the model. They should sponsor me or something. But yeah, it's a nice tool. As far as tools go, it's really great. Anyways, so let's continue. I think we're going to add this queue thing. Today we're mainly working on workflow stuff for the future. So weird, one day I had a JSON file and the AI noticed it was in the backend, but I needed the data in the front end. Reproduce the data. Oh no, yeah, you gotta watch it sometimes. Today it overwrote some of my data in the database. It was an easy fix, but gotta watch out a little bit. So it overwrote some of my, because we saved the folder structure. It overwrote to the sectors of the companies, so not all the companies were there. So it's like, even though you say, hey, don't do any destructive actions, if it wrote the script wrong and you don't notice, right? That kind of sucks. Opus 4.5 is just cloud. So Opus 4.5 is the model, so that's like the model. But you can select other models in Cloud Code. Yeah, exactly. Ben got it. By the time I answered, he probably saw it. Cool. So let's add a queue. Let's make sure it understands what we're doing. Pending. Yeah. Oh, that's a good question. Actually, we should make a separate command. It's like adds a queue. It's kind of two separate ideas. Like the queue thing is like if I just basically kind of want to run through a set of phases. And the pending send is a separate idea. So let's try to make these separate. I use Whisper Flow. You keep the, yeah, it's true. I'm pretty sure yeah, definitely, Ben. There's some models that are better at certain things, like Gemini for style, Grok for shaders. I think it just depends what they're trained on. They tend to be better at different things, and they have weird quirks. Opus 4.5 really loves to add fallback conditional stuff and migration of your database, so you don't, if you have users, it pretends you have like a ton of users and does a bunch of stuff like this. It's like, we gotta migrate, run a bunch of scripts to migrate it. It's like, no, we're just gonna delete it. I don't care. So yeah. Dealing with context windows. Yeah, you kind of nailed it there. Like you gotta, limiting your context is how you get the best performance of the model. So it's kind of like what I was mentioning before. Like if your files get really big, you guys have probably noticed this. If your files get really big and you try to make a change in a file that touches a lot of things, or rather the opposite, you touch a lot of files, it's not going to be as good. So it's like, anytime you notice it sucks, just shrink the amount that it has to edit and do it phase by phase, and you'll have a better time. And create these documents. It's really, really useful. You go and you iterate on the document. You don't iterate after it's done all the changes. You plan it out. If it's a hard change, the way I determine if it's a hard change is if it, well, number one, it's going to touch a lot of files, etc., etc. But number two, if it would be hard for me to implement, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to make a little doc so we can plan it out and do it step by step. Opus starts to hallucinate, need to open a new session. Yeah. That's actually kind of what we're doing right now. Oh, now that I think about it, you just gave me an idea, which is like, you know, with this pending prompts, that would be really cool. I mean, this pending commands, that would be really cool if you can select just some components of the context before it that you want to include. Like if I do pending, and we'd maybe use an LLM for this. It's kind of cool. I like it. We do it. The idea is sometimes you have a bunch of random stuff in your conversation that you don't want to send to the other instance. If you guys are wondering what we're doing, I don't know if you guys have had this problem, but it's like sometimes you're working and you're waiting, you have your cloud instance over here, you're waiting for this thing to be done to run this command, and you just have like a command sitting here. And I sometimes have a lot of these just sitting around, just waiting for this thing and then waiting for this thing, because they're kind of dependent on each other. So instead, you can just do you can just do pending, save the prompt as whatever name. So this is a prompt, and just put the prompt here. And then you can come back to it later and you can just do send. It's a simple thing, but just kind of nice little workflow thing. You can do, this one is, I have to reload this one. It'll have all your list of prompts available. I think I have to actually, we should fix that. I have to actually put something. And then now we added the queue, or we're adding queue. So maybe the next thing is like the pending extract out important thing. So if I do pending, we'll call it extract, and maybe it's some sort of thing like a flag or something. I say LLM extract, and then I give it an argument of like only take stuff from the prior contexts. Oh, sorry guys, I think I explained something wrong. It's taking the prior context of the conversation. Yeah, I'm realizing something. Oh, sorry. I had a huge brain fart where I I explained a combination of the commands that we made. So sorry. Instead, the thing you just said, right, which is like extract out the prior context, we did that today as well. It's this cc commands, and it's /cc. That is what saves the prior context of your terminal. And then in another one, you can do /restore or cc resume. Okay, that's a separate idea. Sorry guys, I got a little mixed up. The pending is another idea, which is that kind of what I was mentioning before, which is like sometimes you're waiting, blah, 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 blah. So that's the same. But the LLM extract thing is the /cc command. Separate ideas. Hey, thanks, man. That's on Firefox. No, it's totally, there's going to be a lot of bugs on the landing page currently. We tested on Safari and Chrome. It's not perfect, but there's a lot of things we want to change. We'll probably get back to it tomorrow. Yeah. I haven't really played around with codecs yet. Yeah, kernel, yeah, exactly. We're going to make a change with the landing page. So it's like you scroll, it goes to the next step. It plays the animation, goes to the next step. Scroll, plays the animation, goes to the next step. And the idea is every step is interactable, very interactable, that you can play around with it. Some people wondered, why didn't we make a video? And the reason is because I wanted to make it really interactable, everything. You can play around and have fun. But we haven't really got the play around part. To be honest, it took a lot longer than I expected. But we will get there. But, you know. So let's, we actually haven't really tested this very much. So let me try this real quick. So we have this context here. What is this about? Atomic rights or something. Atomic rights. Okay. Interesting. You gotta run the sudo command or whatever, or chmod, I think. And we'll update our README so people know they need to do a few setup steps on especially different operating systems. Some of our tools, it actually injects JavaScript into the browser, so you have to, depends on the browser too. I might apply just for fun. I don't know. I kind of doubt I'll get in because I think they usually choose people with co-founders and things like this, but it doesn't hurt. It doesn't take that much time. So also, I'm not really sure whether this project would resonate with them. I feel like they're kind of looking for more moonshot kind of stuff. I think the idea behind this product is maybe I could include a little bit of the inspiration on it. I feel like the thing I said about, I saw that Drunken Miller gets all the charts. Sometimes I accidentally call him Drunken Miller. Isn't it Drunken Miller? Drunken Miller? I think it literally is Drunken Miller. It is Drunken Miller. Interesting. Drunken. It's really weird to say. Anyways. Oh, this is because we changed directories, so that's an easy fix there. Drunken Miller. Probably true, Marcus, but I think the acceptance rate's 1%, so definitely not something to have very high expectations with, but it's worth a shot. I mean, doesn't hurt. It's again like you guys could, you know, anyone watching, it's not hard to apply it to YC. just like some forms and some little essay questions and stuff, and a little video. Cool. Let's try this. Atomic rights. I think you have to. You probably have to do like the chmod thing or something. Whatever you have to do, make sure to put it in the README. Okay, and then I think once it does that, we're going to add the LLM extractor. I think that's cool. I'll probably do some other things while we do that too, though. Okay, this was our little experiments. I have this is one of these really hard things that like touches a lot of files. So we tried to keep it really scoped to see if it would work. So that we made a little test where I go into research and I'm going to ask a very particular kind of question, and it should give us one of the new charts that we're working on. These are the new charts for any people watching that haven't seen what we're doing here. We're changing to these kinds of styles for our charts instead of we're using D3 instead of using these charts. So, yeah, a little bit more interactive and things. It requires touching a lot of files. Okay, so what is the question we're going to ask? In the chat, I'll ask it to give me an example. Can you just give me an example that we know would work? I'm seeing there is probably an issue with our cost. I think it keeps getting reset somehow, so we'll investigate. Hey, TK Clips. I'll put this whole thing in the chat. It's kind of like, hey Shri, how's it going? It's basically, this is not a speed run. So a lot of people join, they think it's I'm doing like some sort of speed run, but it's actually just, this is what I'm doing. Because like I'm literally thinking like, you know, next decade's going to be quite crazy. So probably it's a long-term experiment, not just like, plus again, there's something to be said about if you set your sights like really high, you'll probably land somewhere. Because like, let's say you're aiming for financial freedom, but you might not apply to like a lot of accelerators and things, and maybe do certain things that actually, like I remember Sam Altman, he was saying that if you, he was saying that's actually harder if you choose a project that seems easier, because it's harder to attract talents. And it kind of like this too. It's like, if you aim really high and you're going to do things differently, that if you're aiming just to survive, you might try to build something quote unquote easy, but everyone's competing for quote unquote easy things. Anyways, that's kind of the idea. Like at some point we might work on like robotics and VR worlds and all sorts of interesting, maybe even like brain interfaces and all sorts of, I mean, there's a long life ahead of us. So there's all sorts of interesting things we might be able to build and experiment with. So, yeah, I don't mind it. Actually, I had no problems with Tahoe. Tahoe, I think it's Tahoe. Excuse me. Voice corrects. Talking too much. But yeah, I don't mind it. I haven't had any problems. Anyways. So what did it do? Add bash permission. Okay, you just have to add this little thing for Cloud Code so it knows it can run this particular script and the hook. Cool, let's try it again. Atomic rights. I have to reset the Cloud Code instance. That is why. I forgot about that. Okay. So I'm going to just send this so we have a... So now we're going to do /cc checkpoint. So test. Okay, interesting. CC fast. Failed for pattern. So this project's located here. I'm gonna actually check something here when we go into workflow tools. Cloud command CC fast. Cloud. Okay, good. It's the same location. So we'll just try it one more time because it'll probably figure it out. Cloud tools. Do you use the Cloud Code Max? Yes, I use the Max. What's the context cost thing you have? Yeah, this is a tool we're working on at the moment. It's not very clear. We're going to make it clearer, but it's by the end of today, it's going to keep track of how much we've saved using the subscription versus the API, because the API costs are public, and at the end of each month we will compare, and we'll see how good is the value for the subscription. How much are we saving with the amount that we're coding? And I will show you guys when I make a little video or something maybe. But right now it's not accurate. There's a bug, I think. Yourself. It's specifically for the this hook that we've created. We would likely again have to run like chmod or something like that. Go ahead and understand this, add it to the README, do all those things so people know how to use this. Okay, cool. Just give credit. Okay, this sounds pretty legit. Let's go ahead and start collecting some data, some sample data from this area. And you can put it in, you don't need to put in Firestore yet. Just try to collect a few and save it as files, and we'll just take a look. Oh yeah, and run a few tests that you actually collected the data. Make it executable? Yeah. I think it's a bash script. Regardless, it should be able to do it. Yeah, it just needs to change it like you said. If it doesn't, then we'll just... But it's not complicated, so I don't understand why I wouldn't be able to figure that out. Look at the border radius for every window, dude. The border radius. Let me look. Hey Shri, let me know what you're saying. Hey, cool, Ved. How about AI robot hookers? Might need to install pot scrubber. What? Yes, that would be good. It's a good idea. I see that was from before. The conversation we had about thinking big. Oh, right, we were testing this. Let me run this question. So we will see whether this uses the right chart or not. If this worked first try, I'd actually be pretty impressed considering all the things you would have to do. Let me take a look actually. So we purposefully tried to scope all the changes. Just to one chart. I think it's probably missing some things, but yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I need to I need to probably either undo that commit or see if we can get it working before we try test additional things. I think for now, I'm going to put this D3 thing, this change in another branch, and we're going to fix the sandboxing stuff. I'll make sure this is all part of this. This is not. There we go. I just double check. I don't like it when I accidentally commit stuff that's not related. Okay. Talking of billions. Hey, Gypsy, how's it going? Yeah, software engineering. That's what it's related to. Hey, D-Hack. Make as much money as you want. Yeah, definitely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. JS is a password. Let me look. Was there anything weird? Ben, I'm curious where you saw that. What are you talking about? Let me look. I don't think I have anything like that. Anyways. Talking billions. I know a guy just got arrested for making big money. Now, in fairness, 3mm, too big. Gotcha. Interesting. Oh, that's just for local dev, Ben. All of our endpoints are guarded, so it's just a matter of like, I assume that's what you're talking about. Let me take a look. Let's take a look here. So the script already has execute permissions. Interesting. So the issue is Cloud Code bash. Gotcha. I have to up my comedy game. I must have missed it. Anti-gravity. Oh yeah, this test here, it's just for looking at the UI and stuff. So it doesn't actually use Firebase or anything. Go. Cool. So let's see here. Is there AI mods for games? Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. He believes. Cool. Let's go ahead and run this again. So CC checkpoint name, we'll call it, oh, but first we're going to run a little test. me try CC resume out of curiosity. Okay, interesting. So CC resume is working. That's interesting. I wonder if it's some permission thing on the specific script. Someone should make a drug distribution app. Interesting. Hey, Cypher. How's it going? Day 4. Nice. Hey, thanks, man. All right, so we're gonna start back at this because I want to get this one working too. Give me 3 potential reasons why this particular permission error we're getting. I believe this is through Cloud, but let's double check. Can you check the logs? So specifically go to the Cloud logs. I see. You know what? That's fair. I mean, it's the holidays, but we'll aim for like a really solid one for this year. Where is the song? There it is. let's see here. So the syntax that we're using for the checkpoint command, we're actually not using the this exclamation. Oh yeah, so we're using a straight up command. Is this partly the issue? Hey, thanks, Cypher. Cool. I think I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I'll be right back, guys.
There's a spark across the street into the dark. A knock at the window, a message in code. We speak through silence, a secret road. Your shadows move, they mirror mine. Two lonely hearts caught in the same design. Fingers trace on frosted glass, words unspoken come to pass. Is it fear or is it fate? A spark we can't obliterate. Across the street we light the flame. Two souls apart but not the same. Through whispers, through the quiet night, we find a love that feels so right. You share your dreams, I share my fears. We trade our laughs, we trade our tears. The walls between us start to fade. A bridge of light, the love we made. Fingers trace on frosted glass, words unspoken come to pass. Is it fear or is it fate? A spark we can't obliterate. Across the street we light the flame. Two souls apart but not the same. Through whispers, through the quiet night, we find a love that feels so right. All the lonely nights, they fade away. With you beside me, night turns to day. The silence speaks, it calls us near. Our love burns bright through doubt and fear.
Hello. Let's see. Change the song again. This is... Cool. How's everyone doing? Yes, I'm back. To make and drink just coffee, actually. Although you can't tell with this cup, but it's coffee. This is a Chipotle cup. Okay, so what is the issue? This is a little bit... I was just talking about bash, the backtick syntax. So what were the three potential issues? So we have other commands. Can we actually just switch to how our other commands work? So for example, we use just a hook with let's just set this up the same way. Actually none. But I see what you're saying. It's not a bad idea. That's an Irish thing, right? Alcohol and coffee. Isn't it called Irish coffee? Look it up. All right, go ahead and implement it. Can't be drinking coffee, cream, sugar, whiskey, grenadine. Nice. That's cool. Worth a shot. I think I tried it once. Sorry guys, 1 second here. Okay, so it changes to the way our other commands work. So, oh. It is doing something a little strange, but it's worth investigating. CC test. Okay, yeah. So I was talking about the command itself. So the actual command. Take a look at this area in the code. Slash the I think it's cloud tools actually. Do you understand? So take a look. Can you find the pending command? We use the $sign, and we make a hook. Whoa, that prompt got a little weird. Imported from the Caribbean. Good one. It's imported, not South America. Gotcha. Build. Oh, thanks, Cypher. We're getting there. I gotta reset cloud for the web for the hook. Test endpoint. Or not endpoint. Test. That's fine. Okay. So it did not intercept. I'm gonna actually ask if it's oh nice, it worked. Fantastic. Okay, so now we're gonna try on another cloud instance. So resume test endpoint. I don't know why I call it test endpoint. Test thing. Just used to saying endpoint.
Tu sais bien où frapper juste sous la peau.
The prison will shave his mustache. I have not been following politics. I have no idea what that means. It's tired. Yeah, lots of bugs. Oh, I forgot to. It's a. I assume that's about Venezuela, right? Some of this. Oh, right. I need to put in the flag. CC resume, or argument rather. Could be it doesn't work cross instance. That's what we ran to before. He looks like he's. So I tried CC resume, and I did. Did you set up the hooks the same way? For this command? Should I create a application using Electron and React on the topic of optimizing prompts? Sure, it depends on your goals, but why not, right? Okay. I'm gonna try one more time. So CC tests. Can you make a third command that's just like gonna be the list of the current checkpoints that we have saved? I guess I'll see what it does, but that's... Oh, it actually, we still hooked up that command, so I would actually like to remove it. Can you remove the /cc commands? We're switching to these hooks. You're pushing the day's work in docs. Oh, is that, are you looking at the docs on the open source repo there? Is it all loaded in, or did you just change the script? You might have to load it into Cloud. Okay, cool. Let me reset this. Well, so yeah. Oh yeah, no worries. How do you have the docs? So is it just the docs for the project that we committed for today? Yeah, but that makes sense. Okay. Let's see one moment here. Nice, so we got our checkpoints. Let me try over here. I have to reload this one, I think. Oh, I see. But if I try it in the same instance, okay, I think it'll probably work. And then I'm probably going to leave it for the moment because it's not that important. The other one, it works at least.
wheels on the ground, but my mind's on the crest. The road's a ribbon, I can't resist. Foot on the pedal, my doubts in the rear. The wind screams louder than my fear.
Yeah, just the docs folder. Yeah. Definitely. Strange. So we know that the hook here is not actually working. Should be very similar to this one. Do you see, go ahead and find where this is. We need to implement the hook in a very similar way. So for these particular commands, we have to actually intercept the submit. There's a document right here you can look at. That explains how this works. So if you do the same for the CC checkpoint. Oh, you guys can't see this, sorry. We can close some of these, I think, now. So I'm not going to commit these yet, because we haven't tested the queue stuff. Oh, these should be explicit. Okay, yeah, we shouldn't be committing explicit file paths and stuff. It's not very useful. So I'm going to ask it to make sure we're not doing that. Should be relative so people can see. Yeah. I'm going to look at my notes real quick. There's a few bugs we need to fix today as well, I would say. So the D3 charts we're leaving out until we do the sandboxing thing. So I won't work on that at the moment. Right, we put that even another branch. Oh, I think maybe some change here. Oh yeah, this thing. Oops. Okay. Oh. I'm gonna make sure that this didn't show on. Okay, good. Go. So I'm gonna sign in. Okay, I'm gonna try this queue item. So it's a queue. Did you make sure to do the same escaping for the quotes as we did for the pending and send? Before we continue, make sure to clarify your understanding here. Well, we'll try it. I'm not really sure. Might not work, actually. As I reload this, though. Nice. Oh, great. Cool. And then send queue over here. Let's try it out. Oh, I have to reload it again. There should be like a... Wait, is there a reload? Dang. We can maybe make one. Fantastic. However, it should. So if I had something to queue, let's send queue. Implement a blank website with a circle. I think it might be Q actually. Nice. Okay, no. I think it's again the escaping thing with the quotes. Because every time you had the quotes, yeah. Okay. Oh, nice. Someone else earlier today mentioned the Serena MCP. Yeah, okay, this is the same fix as before, so I think this will work for her. Hey Thomas, how's it going? Yeah, we're very close. Just a few more minutes. I guess we can start the scripts for the rest of these. Oh right, I remember now. We're gonna make we're going to add some other things like the earnings transcripts. Those might be a little tricky to get, but we could definitely do like DCF kind of stuff. We can make little documents for people to look at. Right, and then another bug is the search. So let's start with that. So I'm going to use the screenshot tool we made today. This one instead. Okay, so currently in this, this is the data explorer. When we search, very, very slow. So we need to identify, right now we have about, not that many documents. I would say probably 5,000. It's not too bad. So we have to identify why there's a very high latency. Let's see. Yeah, that might change. Oh, cool. So this actually worked. Oh, that's dope. Let's go ahead and store it in Firebase in a new collection under OECD. So it sounds like you have it locally, so you don't need to refetch the latest stuff. Yeah. So you can go ahead and just push the stuff you brought for now over to Firebase, because we're going to test what it looks like. Okay, and I also want to fix the accumulation here. Can you double check? So right now, can you make me a document? How does the current structure work? Put it in this folder here. This is for specifically when we're generating, attach a little screenshot. Put it here. Because then we're going to read it and try to, that's how we fix the last one. I'm going to restart this one. Okay, that worked. Good. Nice. Perfect. Make sure it worked in here. Good. Cool. That's basically what we're trying to do. So I'm going to go ahead and commit these changes. Oh, it's in here. Not going to commit these yet. These are not quite working. I'm going to ask it to make it all relative paths after we commit here. Can you go ahead, so go through their workflow tools. Any paths here, they should be relative paths because this is a public project. So I care more about the pricing right now. So for the pricing, did you make sure to make it a delta? Like each one is, each time you send a prompt, every single time. You know, one other way we could simplify this, because we have had some issues with the writing in the past, the duplicate and losing potential writes, things like this. But I'm kind of thinking, what if we just write at the end of a session? And the idea is every time you close it, there are some cons to this though, because some people may never close their... That's me, actually. I actually don't really want this because I don't really tend to close the windows unless I restart my computer. So I'd rather not have to restart it for it to save, but it does seem a little bit buggy. Let me restart a new one. I'm going to do a few tests. Oh. I mean, okay, so I send one thing, right? So I'm just going to say, read this file. Pass in, or read this this project. Tell me what you think. And we're going to make sure they both, once it finishes, it's going to write, and we're going to close this, open it. Maybe we'll do two at the same time, actually, because that might be kind of interesting. I open post hog, see if that's working. not in production. Interesting. I want to make sure it's using the Opus 4.5 costs, because I think it's actually not. You should be able to select too, because it seems like it's actually not going up that much. I'm kind of realizing for the workflow tools, did you make sure to make it the costs? Is it the Opus 4.5 costs? I'll try to fix the post hog thing as well, because that would be really nice to have that. Oh, you guys can't see, sorry. Oh, it's using, really? 4.5 has lower pricing? Oh, interesting. We're having an issue with post hog in production. Can you give me steps to figure out, maybe I could feed you some logs? Okay, cool. Change that. Is there anything else? I think these work. I'll double check. Oh yeah, this stuff. This definitely works, I think. Cool. Very nice. Did we didn't add a list queue, did we? It's kind of important because you want to know what task is next. Ovulating. Cool. Let's try it. So I noticed with Cloud, there's no /reload commands. Could we implement this? Because it would be nice to not have to restart and do that every time. Because we're going to be working on hooks a lot, so it's just a little bit annoying. Nice, fantastic. Nice. Instead of registering each hook separately, we register one dispatcher. Interesting. That's kind of creative. I'm going to read it. Can you explain a little bit more about how this works? I don't really understand how that would reload it. No, so explain. I want to read this as well, because last time it overwrote some of my data, and I don't like that. make sure it's a new collection. So I'm reading this. Where's the new collection? There it is. Okay, I accept this. So Cloud Code reads settings.json once it's startup and caches the hook configuration. Gotcha. Acts as a router. I don't really want something that's going to slow down my prompts potentially. So it sounds like this is like an overall router for all prompts. So I just want to make sure. It's like, I don't want to have to like execute some code every time we're trying to prompt. It's kind of annoying. Because sometimes the hooks are a little slow. So they're not that fast. Close a few things here. I'll put this over here so I can control my songs. Is there any way we could just do a commands that makes Cloud Code reset the settings? I mean, can we is there any clear cache commands that Cloud Code has? Something equivalent? If it doesn't, it's fine. I just accept how the world is, and it's okay. Oh, right, our search stuff. Yeah. Oh, 4 separate filters. That's probably why. Yeah, let's go ahead and start with number 1, I would say. I'm gonna check the poll results. Actually, a little curious. Okay. We have wow, 120 votes. Holy shit. That is a lot of votes. Okay. It has been decided. They definitely didn't, though. That's a little weird. They definitely did not, though. Well. It was okay. Hey, Bravo. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'll probably keep this one for now. Actually, now we can save it with our little tool. Cool, let's do it. So it's checkpoint. Actually, I'm going to try it one more time just to make sure, but checkpoint, we'll call it D3 progress. D3 progress. But it's not going to work because I need to reset this cloud instance. So I can't test it on this one. Okay, so I do have to, can't really save this yet. Microsoft. Oh, fantastic. Okay, the search is much faster, which is good. It's not like super fast, but it's okay. And I think definitely we do need to do some things about that. That's showing stuff that is not a direct match. I wonder if we can have control over. I think that's just a bug because it's showing things that do not have the word. I will send a screenshot. take a look at this. It appears to be matching the A instead of the full word. At least for the macro and economic government data. Can you investigate and find why here? I want to add DCFs and stuff to the, so I might do that here. Actually, I'm going to try this real quick. So in the future, when I want to come back to this dispatcher pattern, actually I'm going to ask one question. With the checkpoints, so the CC commands, is there any effective limitation about how many checkpoints I can make? We will, I don't think so, but we will investigate. Did you create all of these with AI? Yes, I did. Now we're making some little workflow things. Okay, main straight is disk space. Okay. Fantastic. So I'm going to save this. This is going to be whenever I want to work on this dispatcher idea. If it ever comes up, like I just get too annoyed at this idea of every time we work on a hook, we have to reset the cloud instance, then we'll work on this. But I don't think it's that big of a deal. So dispatcher. And I'm just going to make sure it works, but I'm pretty sure. I'll do CC list first. Great. Even as the size. This is really cool. I really like this. Also, you could send this to someone too. This is a file, right? So you could send someone your prior context. So let's say you're working, you're like, oh, let's say you're working, you have 2 people working on it, right? Or a team working on it. Maybe we could set up something so someone could send over the context to their friend or whatever, or a team member. Be like, okay, this is what I was working on. This is where cloud got stuck. And then it's just like, just send the file over to them and they can pick it up. We could set all of that up. So they could run a command to pick it up and start there. It's kind of cool idea. I don't really have much of a use case though, because no one's working on this with me. So, but if that's of interest to anyone, you can build that on the project. So the idea would be, you do the checkpoint and then send it over to some friend or something, and then they could receive it, run the resume, start from there. I think it's cool, but let's just make sure it's working. I think so. I'm going to do CC list and then CC resume dispatcher. JSON L. I noticed the file is too large. Oh, okay. Well, we don't need to save it as JSON necessarily. You can just save it as something else. Okay. Let's fix this problem. I ran into this. What's the fix for this? I think we don't have to save it as JSON, right? But give me 3 options. Oh, damn, Bravo. Yeah, I should mention that because I hear some people telling me this, that the Pro is not so good in terms of like the limits. The $20 one, right? Oh, I actually don't do this. I'm a little confused. Why can't we? Okay, so when I do the checkpoint, right, it's 59,000 lines. Right now, that's in my context. Why can't we just bring that all in? Because our limit is 200K, right? So what is stopping us? Okay, so it's fixing some more things on the search. Let's take a look. Fantastic. A little slow, I would say. We will have to get more creative as we get more data. Urbana. Oh, well, a little spazzy. I'll fix that spazziness. Oh, use this tool. There's another problem on this page. So take a look. Actually, we're going to use this tool now. Okay, so it's when you, it's our DOM extractor. I used the wrong hotkey again. Oh, code change. Unfortunately, damn. When you turn into this, the hover's not showing, but it's okay. Let's do this. So there's like a hover on the line. I assume you know what I'm talking about here. When you move, it's a little spazzy, so it's like a jerky on hover pop-up window. Before you continue, clarify you understand what I'm saying. Every normal message is taking 1K tokens. Oh, damn. That sucks. Let's see. Hey, user. Today we have a lot more than usual because we're kind of doing a bunch of, we're doing some workflow stuff. But the idea is every single one is doing a different task. That's a little bit, either we have some question, and I leave them up even if they're not running because we might come back to a certain idea. I think I can close some of these now though because we've done our testing, so I'm going to remove them. I'm keeping this one because this has our bug that we're trying to fix. So I just kind of keep the ones running that for that particular task. Exactly. That's great. Yeah, I usually do, pretty much always, but I make sure they modify separate files. Otherwise, you're gonna run some issues. Hold on, I'm gonna commit some stuff. Speaking of that. Oh, we're not committing this? Oh, it's probably going to make the change after. So. Make sure to update our repo too. You made the change in our project, but you got to update the repo. And speaking of that, do a little audit. Make sure the repo is the same as our current project structure because we want people to be able to use this. But I'm going to make sure it works first. Oh, nice. Claude Code Max. I'd say just let me know what problems you run into. It's generally pretty good. I mean, it just when you get a complex project, you might run into some bugs and things like this. It's generally, the general rule is to limit the context you send and to work phase by phase for when you run into problems. So just slow it down and do one small section at a time of the implementation, create documents that you read and iterate on. That's kind of the 5-second summary, or 15-second, I would say. So we're going to try this. I'm going to create 2 more windows. I'm just going to copy this for now because I'm going to use it on this one. So CC dispatcher. Cool. Now we're going to go so this one has 68,000 tokens. This is iTerm terminals. So it's kind of like has some more customization, and there's some other things that I like about it. Like for example, you can set up hotkeys for Windows. So for example, when I want to open the docs, I just do Command dash and then it comes up. And it's in the right place. It's a floating window. You can do that with iTerm. Oh, fantastic. Wow, that's so cool. So I can tell it worked mostly. However, I am wondering, so we did /resume, right? Or CC resume. It brought in 21,000 tokens. However, this one has 68,000 tokens. I wonder why that would be. Maybe only for Mac? I don't think so. Let me check. Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Interesting. So I noticed when I... Oh, you know what this is, maybe? No, that's not. So I noticed when I did CC dispatcher and I resumed it, it was 21,000 lines versus 68,000, 21,000 tokens versus 68,000 tokens when I loaded it in. I need you, can you look in the logs? What would be the reason behind this, do you think? It's either a bug with our token count or a bug in the actual resume. However, I think I'm going to not send this because I would like to first update the repo so you guys can use it if you want. Able to use get the financial data. We use Alpha Vantage for the SEC filings. We just go to the API directly, and then we use Edgar tools to parse out all the financial data. And then for the government data, we go to each country API and we go to the World Bank. And yeah, so that's all our data. It's okay, send me your Mac. So I have another window open. Where is it? There it is. Yes, I agree. We're almost there. Just give me a little bit. Yes. All right, so we have some stuff to commit. Let's take a look at everything. This is a small bug fix. We got some new data we're bringing in. We're going to look at it. These are just kind of test scripts that we're going to use when we're integrating to our Lambda. Yep. This is the bug that's not fixed yet. There it is. Nice. That looks pretty messed up, so I don't know if that's true. What is this? Yeah, that looks pretty broken. All right, time to send a lot of images to try to understand what happened here. So I'm going to use our tool. Take a look at this. We get some strange data. This is for all of them. They're all a little weird. For all of them, it's this composite leading indicator. I guess. What do you think this is? We were going to test one thing. It was the small thing with the spazzy tooltip. Still a little spazzy, I would say. Do you know this thing? This is what we're talking about here. It's just a little bit, it flickers back and forth is the problem. As you move the mouse. Hey guys. More likely we got a shit advisor. What does that mean? Oh, you mean the tool or what? Oh yeah. Have you ever tried Cloud Code inside anti-gravity? I haven't tried that yet. Oh, I see. He's talking about the, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, let's update the README. Sounds pretty good. Just checking the data. Oh, nice. I cleaned it up. No longer spazzy. Oh, we're missing Chubb. It could be signed out. It could be. Oh, let me go back to Chubb. What happened to Chubb? Oh, Chubb is gone. Let's try to figure out what happened. For some reason, Chubb is gone. Can you investigate this? The data, income statement, balance sheet, cash flow statement. It's gone. Don't make any changes though. I just want to figure out what happened to it. Is it still there? You can go ahead and check Firebase. Oh yeah, we could have a little install for them. That'd be kind of useful. So explain the general task first before you continue. Yeah, that's what I thought. So we're going to put on our cloud tools for you guys. Like, you can use Cloud Code to figure out how to install it, I guess. But I feel like we'll just keep it simple, Simple as we can. However, there's something to consider, which is every machine's a little bit different. Have you made it for everyone or just macOS? Oh, interesting. So it says the data's all there. Interesting. It's not showing on the front end data. So go ahead and investigate that. I just use a normal workflow, but now we're adding some of our... I feel like the things we added today are really nice. I'm going to enjoy them. Just, it's a lot of subtle things, right? Like the extracting the DOM is just nice, this thing. And just immediately paste, boom. That's going to be really nice for design. The screenshot is fine. It's just it takes extra time for it to find the thing, find even the page. But like if it has the actual DOM, then it can find the page much easier. What in the world is that? I have a lot of questions. Okay, so I'm not going to run it necessarily. Oh, nice. That's cool. So it's going to fix it for Linux, or at least try to. It's going to be hard for us to test. Probably not going to. So if anyone has Linux, feel free. What about for Windows? Can you make one for Windows as well? Interesting. It says it could be a caching issue because it's all there. I guess I'll open Chrome and check it out, but it doesn't really make sense to me. Gotta sign in. Oh, it's here now. So that was when I cleared my cache. It came here. Not sure why that would happen, but we'll probably find the bug at some point. It'll, I'm sure, happen again. Right now I'm investigating for more bugs. Okay, so that's a bug. If you look up something and you get the folder, you can't open the folder. It kind of defeats the purpose of looking it up. All right, we have another bug. When you look up a collection, so here's the screenshot. You can't actually open this folder, this Coinbase folder, to get the stuff. We need to make sure they're all interactable, the folders still in the search. So the idea here is like, your search might match a folder, and that's fine, but like you should be able to open the folder even though the items don't match. I'm gonna commit first before I continue. I will try this landing page thing again. I think has a chance of working. Okay, didn't work. Take a look at this. So it's the current changes we're making in our current stage changes. So you can just run a git command and look at it. It has to do with timeout firing and the scrolling. It does not work. Let's try a drastic approach just to try to get it to work, and we'll work backwards from there. Sometimes I do that just to understand a little bit what's going on. Look at the chat again. chats. All right, sorry, Windows people. You guys will need to do something else. PowerShell probably. And write the script. All right, yeah, that's fine. That's just. So I probably don't need to run the install script, right? I mean, are you just? Can you just? Let's read it though. I will run it, but I must look first. What is it doing? Oh, it's just creating the files. Fantastic. Okay, I can respect that. Yeah, go ahead and run the install script, check it out. Wait, does it include all the commands? It doesn't yet. So it looks like you just made this for our queue stuff. I want it to work. I want you to make an install script for all the commands, so that way someone doesn't have to go through each and every one. They can just run this thing and be happy. Migrate all their projects. Huh, funny you should ask. We had to do that earlier in the project. But we didn't go to 16, we went to 15.5. For us, it actually was kind of smooth because we hadn't, we didn't need to move anything to app router or whatever. So it depends a little bit on the situation, I think. Maybe you could use Claude Code to kind of audit a little bit what the effort would be. That's what we did. And list out step by step what we're going to have to do. I think depending on how the project, and especially if this is a company project, I mean, this is probably a pretty huge code base, probably way bigger than ours. It's a company. So there's probably a lot more effort required. So I feel for you. But with that said, maybe they already planned for it, and maybe it's not as bad as it seems. Because if they gave you the task, they probably figured it wasn't a lot. Maybe they already know that it's not going to be a lot for their particular project. Chances are that's the case. Okay. That reminds me, I wanted to fix the post hog thing. So I'm going to clear this. So we have a problem with post hog. It still doesn't work in production, unfortunately. It only works in localhost. Give me 3 potential reasons why. We're going to try to figure it out. Damn, that sucks. Hey, thanks, Hardhead. Oh yeah, that's totally the reason. I totally forgot to do that. Okay, let me go do that. That is an important part of setting that up. So, if you excuse me, I'm going to go do that. Okay, fantastic. I'm redeploying it. These guys made so much trash code. Oh no. That sucks. Yeah. I imagine our code base, I think we have I was looking through it on the other screen a little bit ago. We definitely have a bit of unused code that important to go ahead and just, because one of the problems is, especially if you're running all these prompts, it's going to think that this is necessary. It's kind of a waste of tokens reading all this garbage that no one's using anymore. So we're kind of in the process of removing. I think it's going to be a longer term project, just getting rid of all the old stuff at the beginning. Okay, so it validated the installer. That is good. I'm going to commit it as an interactive menu. That's interesting. Why? Just curious, why did you remove the MD files? Is that just because we're now storing it in the right location, so we don't need it here? I want to read this. What is this? Oh, cool. This is the interactive thing it's talking about. Oh, I don't know if I want. I mean, yeah, why not? Okay, so this is only this install, not only the. But we should allow them to choose. They might not want the Hammerspoon things. So this install script, they might not want the Hammerspoon stuff. So I think we should make those two separate installation files. They just might want the Claude Code tools or the Hammerspoon scripts we built. Oh, the intense song is on. Let's have a lock in. This is like our Pomodoro. How do you pronounce it? Pomodoro? Like as soon as these like techno things get in, it's like, all right, it's time to lock in. It's time to vibe. Sorry. Let's go ahead and look at these values. Supposedly, this data is fixed. The truth will be known. Very nice, but it needs to be zoomed in so we can see it. This is a lot of stuff that we do not have yet, but I think we're going to add it. I'm not actually sure what this is, so I'm going to ask AI. What is it? It's actually not a Fred chart though. How can it be above 100? Is this not a percent? Is it some sort of just like, how is it measured? These all seem kind of flat to me, not gonna lie. It seems a little suspicious. I am suspicious of this data. Let's look at countries. Let's go to Venezuela or Argentina. What do you want to achieve and target? So this tool is for retail investors. It's got a bunch of, it's like an AI tool, a little bit, but it's mostly that you have the customization of your newsletter. It's tailored to you. The inspiration for this project started with, I was listening to podcasts with Drunken Miller, famous investor, and he's like, I get 200 something charts every day about data, about what happened today. So our idea is we're going to give you a lot of information, and you can customize what information you get every day. Now, are they things that are predictive? No, it's like, this is just information for you to learn. And based on what happened today, we generate charts. Yeah, and you can then follow up on these charts. So let's say you have a question. You can ask AI, and you can go in, ask like, what does this mean for my portfolio? Or whatever, you know, and it can give you some information. It does not give you recommendations, but it gives you information. You can also generate your own charts, and it runs through the same pipeline as how we generate the charts for people. The inspiration there is that maybe you want to do your own testing, or maybe you want to build a little, like one of these things. I'll show you. Guide to the markets. You want to build maybe one of your own of these, where it's just a lot of data to show people. So these are really cool charts. We have some different charts, but our goal long term is that they can generate stuff like that and also upload their own data and generate charts and interesting things, insights from there as well. But that would be a longer term thing that I think maybe, I'm not sure we would put in the product unless people would want that. But yeah. That is the general gist. There is subscriptions and things like that. That's kind of the pricing model of it. Today we've been working on workflow stuff. So I'm going to check this bug here. So if I stop. Okay, I don't see any. Oh, there was. Yeah, okay, it's just too long. So we just make it a second or so rather than the 3. And it needs to be a little bigger so people can actually see it. So a few things. I'm actually happy that it worked. But in this prompt, we said, take a drastic approach. When you do that, you should verify. You should always verify to some extent. But, it's probably going to do something weird to accomplish it. Is there any tips before start vibe coding? It kind of depends on your programming language. I'll put this in the chat. Kind of depends on your prior experience. If you already have experience, that's one thing. But if you're starting from scratch, I think probably just start small. See if you like it. Build some prototypes for yourself. I wouldn't like jump to deploying to people until you decide, hey, this is something I want to invest time into and learn how to do that and all the things that are necessary before you deploy to the public. But I think at the beginning, just work on fun things. Maybe it's related to your job, maybe related to your hobbies. Most people I know that like programming, that's how they started. Yeah. So I don't know what your experience level is, but that's what I would say. Just play around with it, have fun, download Claude Code or whatever you want to use. I use Claude Code. So it's adding a lot of these. Looks like this ended up being the issue. One kind of interesting prompt has been for me, try a drastic approach. For some reason, that probably has the highest success rate out of And it has for a long time, ever since the, because we were working on a game a long time ago. I remember I would use that quite a lot, and for some reason that tends to have more success. I think I'm actually okay with this change. It's just UI stuff, and if it causes other bugs, we can just fix it. All right. So this is the Hammerspoon thing. Let me read it first. Yeah, it's just changing the config. It's all good. Let me bring it up again. Just turned 27. I am your age, actually. So all the good investors, they're all old. I guess they had to prove it. They needed enough time to prove it. All right. At least the publicly known ones. That's it. Cool. That sounds good. This is what we worked on today. If you guys want to try out some of the tools we built today, we built some hooks, multiple hooks for Claude Code. We built this cool little tracker thing. We built some hotkeys with Hammerspoon. That is going to help us with extracting things from the DOM when we're designing. So let's say this, you're like, hey, this bar chart is freaking weird. I can do this, extract it. I got the DOM stuff. I can paste it. Boom. Claude Code will know how to find it immediately. The problem with the images, if you have a lot of these, it's going to have to search and waste all your tokens. That's not a great experience. So we made that today, and it's open source, so feel free to check it out. And we just added the install scripts, so people can just run it and set it up this way instead of having to create that themselves or have Claude Code do it for them. Again, waste their credits. So this all looks okay. And these have been tested. Yes, we've tested these. This is a queue, so we've added 3 hooks. One for like queuing up commands and sending them. One for saving your checkpoints and your context. So let's say you want to pick up something later. You just do a little command. Let's say this Hammerspoon installation. I say I don't really want to deal with this at the moment. I save the checkpoint. It saves. You can close it. Start your computer. Whatever. You can come and restore the context of what you've done, and it'll have everything it needs to continue your progress on this task. Hey, thanks, Quad. I'm just gonna read through some more, but I think we are good. This is the README. I don't know why we have 2. I guess one for the Claude tools, that's fine. There's a bug here that we will fix later because we're working on other things. Yeah, this OECD data is really weird. Like when I look at it, I'm just confused. I don't really understand it. So can you explain? Like they're all the sentiment in indexes, they're all near 100, and they don't really change the last 3 years for like all the countries. So it just seems a little bit suspicious. We fixed this bug. So, but one thing we're gonna do. Oh yeah, post hog. That's the most important thing. I'm going to check that. Let me, because I made a change. I'm gonna make sure that we have the analytics we need for this. Fantastic. Oh man. All right. Yeah, we definitely need to make the scroll indicator here more visible. I see that it's not very understandable to people. So let's do that. All right, cool. So postdog works. We are going to make the scroll located here. We are going to make it much bigger, probably triple the size. And also we have this thing where it appears after 3 seconds. We're going to make it appear after 1 second. Hey, overeducated. Funny you should ask. Oh, I see. You're not quad. Yeah, Hardhead was quad. I thought you were. We built 3 Discord bots 2 days ago, and we implemented all the things: moderation, a bunch of leaderboards. Like they're not like super crazy. So definitely there is maybe some idea there maybe. This is more of like, I would call it like a premium product in the sense that we're trying to position that we have something that a package that is new or whatever, or like no one has offered quite this. Whereas the Discord bots, I think what we do is just make them really, really cheap. Like just, there's really no reason to make it expensive. Because the reason is, if you can make all of them in like a night or something, why would they be expensive? So if we could maybe somehow, I think the problem with Discord bots though is you need the credibility, right? People actually have to trust your bot because they can be a little dangerous. They have permissions that could totally mess up communities. So that's the aspect that makes it a little challenging, is like, how do you actually get a bunch of communities to adopt? You could probably do smaller communities maybe, but yeah, you probably have to have some relationships with people in bigger communities who are willing to trust your bot. And then they'll get the visibility potentially that that maybe you could start charging a little bit. And don't worry about chatting, by the way. Like, definitely feel free. You're not hijacking my. Let's double check the delay. Great. It's maybe a little too big. It's more that the arrow is too big. I think it didn't scale up the scroll is the problem. I'll send an image plus the dimensions and things. So as you can see here, the scroll is a little strange, right? It needs to, I think you need to size down the arrow and size up the scroll. That's sort of the situation. Size down the arrow by, I'd say 30%, size up the scroll by 30%. That's probably about right, I would say. I'm noticing a problem with our... Okay, so give me an estimate, right? We've probably used 200,000 tokens, and right now this is my cost. Actually, it's way more than that. Give me an estimate. It's actually way more than 200,000. Give me an estimate of how many tokens I'm using as far as I'm running 5 cloud instances over an hour. Each one is sending, I'm probably sending like 5 messages. I will call it a message a minute, and each one's sending an average of 10K context. What should the price be? I have a feeling it's just insanely too low. The reason is I think there's some bug with somehow how we're writing the price. Unless that's actually what it is, in which case, it's cheaper than I thought. It's definitely not, though, because I remember a long time ago I spent like $20 really quickly with Claude Code. I set it up this API at the start, and so I think something's awry. Before you run this, can you explain a little bit more? What do you mean by normalizing to 100? Like, it's been the same for the last 3 years. However, 2022, you know, I just have a hard time. It's like rough. It's like 98. It's like roughly 100. It's like not moving at all. It's a little strange. Okay, so maybe fix this bug. Let me check it out. Nice. So now you can, I guess you can't, I think what it did is it made it all open by default. Which I don't know about that. Oh yeah. Search is, the problem when you make it open by default, it's going to slow down everything. Because every single folder is opening. That's not a good fix, I would say. Oh, you guys can't see it, sorry. So you can see it fixed this bug with the incredible lag. It fixed it by just opening the folders, because sometimes the folder you couldn't open, it would just have the folder. So this is kind of not a great idea, right? You made all the folders open by default. I think it's actually the opposite. You want to make all folders closed by default, but they can open the folders to see the items. Unless they're looking for a particular item, so it's a little tricky. Before you continue, explain to me how you would implement this and clarify your understanding. So OECD data is a speedometer centered at 100. Oh, I see. All right, well, that's fine. Let's go ahead and you should zoom in on the graph, because right now it's at 0. So basically every graph looks like a straight line. So you need to modify the Data Explorer page. And I'm going to put in the DOM. So I go in here. Actually, not there. I go here. No, I think it's some problem with our tool. Hey, thanks, man. Also, check it out. If you use this stuff, we show a lot more data than those. I was actually really surprised looking at Ticker. They purposefully don't show certain data. Like, take a look at this. So if I go into Microsoft, right? Specifically in their annual reports. So the quarterly reports are the same. But their annual reports, when we extract out, we get a lot more detailed information that you see on those sites, which is cool. Like, for example, on the cash flow, I believe it's broken down by country. That's making code changes. Every annual report's a little different, so every country will have a slightly different stuff. But like, for example, right, you can go to Microsoft, you can see specifically their cloud, intelligent cloud division. You can look at and have all the detailed statistics. What's contract-based, marketing-based. So that's really cool, right? Like, you can't do that, if you're just trying to find this stuff quickly, you try to go on Google Finance, you try to go on Ticker, you'll find it eventually. Might take you a few websites for them to have. Me personally, I would be kind of interested to know some of this information, but I never found this on Ticker and these other. It's usually they kind of just aggregate it, just the quarterly data, and they do break down some things. But I noticed for some reason we have more, and I don't really understand. Actually, we talked to the AI. I still don't really understand why they don't give you an advanced view for you to get all the things that we have. AI thinks it's like that they chose to aggregate it because it's supposed to be like a simple platform or something. I don't really fully understand. I guess it's because they're using the quarterly data and they don't bring in the annual breakdown, the same stuff that we have. I'm not really sure. It's an open source library. It's called Edgar Tools, that we use to extract out the information. Okay, let me look at the scroll again. Okay, it's a little better, but the arrow needs to be even smaller. Just maybe like, I would say 20% or something. Cool. So make the arrow, I would say 15% smaller. Thoughts on bun? I don't really have many thoughts on bun, to be honest. It works, I guess. But someone came the other day and they had a lot of thoughts on bun, so I don't know. Mighty deem noise fair. Yeah. It's true, right? Do people actually care about that? Maybe not. But that said, I think it's cool, so I'm keeping it. And maybe some people will agree. If they don't like it, then I guess we can always remove it. Cool. I actually think the scroll should appear even sooner than it is. Actually, make it so the scroll appears even sooner. The problem is the fade-in time kind of adds an extra second. That's sort of the issue here. So it's fine to have the fade in, but maybe let's start fading it in. Let's call it 300 milliseconds. That's really fast though. Something is weird. Oh yeah, we're working on this as well. So I think there is some problem with how we're keeping track. I think it seems to be adding pretty regularly and not getting over, it's not like overwriting itself, at least as far as I can tell in the past 30 minutes. However, I think something's wrong with maybe the delta we're adding for each send. I mean, maybe it's possible we're just adding the tokens that we sent with each prompt and not actually counting what came back from what came back from cloud, because we have to count both, right, for the pricing. I think that's the issue. Do you understand what I'm saying? Go ahead and look at the I don't really know what this is. Okay, this is the zoom. Cool, and that's just the scrolling. It's probably about right. So if you guys are wondering, we're gonna make it so it goes in steps pretty soon. It's just for now we're just keeping it a continuous scroll. But we spent enough time on the landing page for a little bit. So it should have zoomed in on this chart. Nice. Okay, it kind of looks like something now. Great. So now we just have to fetch the rest of the data. This was a sample. There's a lot more. This is just one section. Okay, great. I think we're ready to fetch the rest of the OECD data. It looks like it loaded in fine. Double check the script before we begin and give me an estimate of how long this is going to take. Also respect their rate limits. So in the script, you're going to make sure to stay under if possible. So I think we can start closing these. I think this is a closed chapter for us until we have some bugs. I will save the context for this though. So this is context for workflow tools. I'll just name it workflow tools. We should probably tell the user where it was saved so they can go grab it themselves. Actually, let's go ahead and in the CC hook, we're going to whenever you do the checkpoint, it's going to tell them where it's saved to the user, because they might want to go in and look at their files, or maybe they want to attach it later on in different conversations, and then that way they know where to look. So this is just a text change. So you're just adding some extra text after checkpoint saved. No, you need to get the updated pricing. So the first thing you said, you have to actually look it up because you're an outdated model. So I just want to make sure. So clarify with me. Are we counting the input and output tokens in our script? Because that's very important. I have a lot of questions. So this works currently, right? We're running this hook. Right now you're escaping characters. You're telling me that it's not working, right? So that what that means is that you're out of sync with my files that I have in my settings. So you need to double check here. Because we have the repo and then we have what I have in my settings. So I got to make sure those are synced. So this is not local AI. This is Claude Code here. Let me go ahead and change the song once more. So it's Claude Code, Opus 4.5. That's what we're using. So we can close this now. That is done. Done chapter. We tried sudo get feet. Pac-Man please feet now. I've never heard of those. Let me look it up. Sudo get feet. Do not see anything. Do not see anything on the other thing either. So interesting. So why is this why this app or software have tokens? So we're working, these are our tools. So it's in our description today. Today we kind of focused on our workflow. While we were building, excuse me, we noticed some problems. And so we wanted to make those things a little more smooth going forward. So we have the DOM extractor. This is a lot of stuff for design. Very quickly, copy to keyboard, boom, you got the DOM, it's there. And you got, that way Claude Code can find the thing, doesn't have to waste your credits too much. We got, sorry for people that I heard this spiel a few times. Quick little screenshot tool, copy over, just the basics. Don't need everything Shutter has. In fact, it doesn't work because you can't paste image data into terminals. So we do the path instead. And we also built some Claude Code hooks, this thing here, and some other commands, some other hooks too. It's all there for people to use if they want to, or make themselves, whatever they would like. Hold on, I'm gonna check something. I'm gonna check post-hog a little bit, just make sure it's still working. Fantastic, yeah. Oh wow. Oh wow. Interesting. What I'm discovering is that our website does not render very well on some people's devices. I think we might have to investigate some of this. Okay, some people's it looks okay, I would say. But I think a common issue is that the scrolling is way too fast. Oh, and the mobile, yeah. Oh no. All right. We gotta fix some things. Brutal. Your AI Java application assistant. The Ouroboros is complete. Let me look this up. I see. Yes. I'm from the US. Yeah, this landing page, definitely some things we need to spend time on. All right, cool. Well, let's try it, right? Like, worth seeing. Can you explain a little bit more? I'm not fully understanding the bug. The bug. Because I want to see if this is actually valid fix. I see, gotcha. Okay, and then CC Pakistan. Let's see. Oh, I see. So we were using the wrong field. What was 9 supposed to represent in the old script? What? I mean, definitely the number is looking a little bit more correct, as far as I remember. Cool. Well, let's update the script then. So CC test. Nice. Oh, nice. I see what happened. This is a bug. So what happened is the script started. It was reading. Somehow it got interrupted at 18,000 and didn't get to the full 100,000. So it thought I was at the way earlier in the this context here. So we'll try to escape. Some beat emojis. Strangeness. So I'll do it over here. So here's the issue. I need you to look in the logs before you continue. We tried to bring in this 100,000 context into another window. The script started, it read 18,000, and then something interrupted it. So there was probably an error, something happened. I want you to investigate what was the situation. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's go ahead and do your proposed one there. Cool. So it's reading the logs right now. The injected content is very short. Interesting. Hey, Barbosa. What we're working on today is for ourselves. Also, keep in mind the title is supposed to be a little ironic, so it's not like a very serious thing. Like, yeah. Anyways, but to answer your question, this is for ourselves, but we're just open sourcing it in case anyone else would like it. This is not. We're building tools that we learned help us while we're designing and other things as well. And we kind of accumulated it over the time that we've been working. We have some pain points that, for me, working on this, I just kind of got annoyed with. So we fixed them today, for the most part. We still got a little bit of a few bugs here. Number one, when the context is very large, the checkpoint system is not super great. And but other than that, mostly working. The things that matter work. Our DOM extraction, things like this, very useful. Yeah, that's kind of the gist. Yeah. Okay, this bug might be fixed here. Let me check it out. So if I look up Apple, should be able to close these. Yeah, still same. Less lag though, so it seems to be closing some of them, not others, which is a little strange. I guess for now that's fine. Oh, I think it's actually, that might work. Oh, nice, it works. Fantastic. Okay. So this bug is fixed here. What are you using to Cloud Code? I'm using Cloud Code. I'll put the tools in the chat. I don't think it matters if it's messy, actually. I recommend number 2. So that should fix our problem. This one's going to be a little harder to test, right? Because in order to test this, I have to reload the cloud instance, but we don't have any cloud instance with 100,000 tokens. Oh, but I can do... Oh, okay, I have an idea. I just reload this, save a bunch of checkpoints here. No, that wouldn't work either. No, that would work. Save a bunch of checkpoints here, deposit them all here, then use this one to save a checkpoint, because I'll have the new 100,000, then do it on another one, and then we will have tested this tool. So let me give it a shot. So we'll make like 4 tests to just populate the context of a new one. So I'll do test 10. I guess just to make sure that it's not working. It shouldn't, because you have to reload. Get your limits. We might actually this week. We'll see. It'll be a little close, I would say. Resume. Test 10. That's kind of what we're trying to figure out here. We're creating this cost underneath, and we're going to keep track of how much we spent via the API, how much we would have spent via the API, versus this. Oh, fantastic. So it loaded in 26,000. Interesting. That makes rough sense. So I'm just going to create a bunch. Like I was expecting, it doesn't work. So we're going to create a bunch of checkpoints. Test 12, 13. Now we'll run it over here. Unless it deletes the prior context, actually, then that would make it harder to test. Oh no, it doesn't. Great. It just adds it. Haha. Okay, we'll create a new one. That's where we're going to do our test, our final test, if this is working or not. Interesting. So I'm probably not going to commit this today. These last few changes, but it does work for smaller, when you have smaller amounts of this particular command, the checkpoint. But we added lots of others today. Feel free to check them out if you guys want. And we fixed some bugs, add some new data. And we fixed a few things on the landing page, but it's still, if you guys go on it, I noticed it's not good on a lot of different monitors, devices, operating systems. So we're going to have to spend a little bit of time trying to make it work on many other devices. We'll spend some time on that. I think what I'm going to do It's just going to be over time, an hour here, an hour there. So we can move on other things as well. Awesome, sounds good. 3BD. I wish you luck, and that's a lot of fun. So I recommend it. All right, I'm gonna head out. I'll see you guys later. Feel free to check out the tools that we worked on, and have a good one.